Well, you can hear the effort that she's just put in, still out of breath. And the B1s, who we don't see any of in the women's division, they have to wear blacked out goggles in this visually impaired category. So if they have any light at all that gets into their eyes, well, that's blocked out. The B2s have a little bit more vision, and the B3s further still. So perhaps just a bit of peripheral vision as we see Mel Perrine. Now, she was 8th in the slalom.
Good, breathe please, Mel, 20 seconds. Good, come on, couple of deep breaths.
Andrew Ball just trying to calm her down. This,
okay, 10 seconds,
well,
Mel. Okay, you good, Mel?
I'm so good.
We're almost there. 3, 2, 1, go, Mel, go!
Incredible courage and guts these racers have to hurl themselves down this steep downhill course. And Andrew communicating, and you can see how terrifying it is for some of these racers. They're not afraid to admit it, but she's back. Much, much steeper than they've faced so far here at Whistler Creekside. Mel Perrine making smooth turns. Still behind Foré's time, and that could certainly be one that will put her in contention at the end of these 10 races. So, Perrine coming down these final few wide turns. And it's good to see the sun here at Whistler Creekside, isn't it? This event was postponed due to the fog we saw earlier in the week, and then the Alpine program was completely reshuffled because of this better weather that had been predicted for the latter stages of this week. And the organisers will be breathing a deep sigh of relief that their somewhat controversial decision was very much vindicated. The fog we saw in the last couple of days, and look at her flying over that jump. So impressive here from Mel Perrine. Five seconds behind Foré and into third place for now. So Sabine Gasteiger, silver medalist from 4 years ago in this, the downhill, already has a gold and a silver here from the two events. And look at her coming around these turns. Now, the preference for these two, they ski much closer together. Sabine following her guide, Stefan Schoner. And you'll see that, well, Sabine clearly going quicker than Mel Perrine, but Gasteiger is a B3 and Mel Perrine was a B2, so Gasteiger has slightly more sight, and the factoring element comes into play here, so that the different categories within the visually impaired event are all evened out. So the B2s flying over that jump, safe landing. And a pretty good race there. So Anna Kuliskova following her guide Michaela Hubakova, the sole representative from the Czech Republic, and unfortunately for Anna, she's not going to complete this downhill course. Well, she'll be desperately disappointed. She got 2 golds in the final warm-up World Cup events in Aspen earlier this month. You can see her in slow motion, still charging down this course, just clipping the outside gate. And she does seem to be okay, and that's good to see, but desperately disappointing. Years of training. She posted 2 second-place finishes in January, and then those 2 golds in Aspen. So Viviane Ferret in the yellow there, hugging Sabine Gasteiger, the 53-year-old Austrian.
Good job. Farkasova's in the gate.
And as we heard, Farkasova, Henrieta Farkasova is in the gate. Now, she won the giant slalom. And she won both downhill races in Sestria in Italy in January. Finished the season ranked 3rd in World Cup standings in this downhill.
You made it down, you're safe.
Well, that's very much the aim, particularly for these visually impaired competitors, just to make it down safely. Well, Viviane and Lindsay, her guide, it is very much a partnership. They are number 1 for now. But Farkasova from Slovakia may have something to say about that. So our leader, Viviane Ferret, we see there in the picture, she is a B2, so she does get a time boost against the B3s. Instead of awarding medals separately for the different subdivisions, there is just one medal of each colour awarded. And the idea is it makes it more competitive. Now, if you've tuned in before to our Alpine coverage, you'll know there's a very complicated factoring system that it isn't widely published, and because it can be controversial, you could of course have some people say, well, I go quicker so I should win, but it's not the case because everyone has different levels of vision, and with some of the conditions that these racers have, the vision can differ from day to day. But certainly the conditions fantastic today, so no extra disadvantages for them. Number 6 on the right hand side, Henrieta Farkasova. And what's happening here is that Kuliskova, who we see there, who crashed out, they'll just be working out whether to send her down to the finish or just to hold her here for now. And they're just repairing that gate. And look at all those sunglasses. That's something we haven't seen too much of here this week at Whistler. Even with sunglasses, some people still shielding their eyes. And it is a packed grandstand. Down at the grandstand, down at the finish line. Lots of support, lots, of course, Canadian flags. But at the moment, one of their athletes, Viviane Ferret, is the leader. So, back we go to Henrieta Farkasova and Natalia Subrtova. So Farkasova looking to continue her gold medal form. Fresh off gold in the giant slalom Tuesday. You can see these two, like Gasteiger and her guide, close together. The guide will have to stay within a certain distance for safety reasons, obviously, but within that there is a certain amount of flexibility, and that will just be down to personal preference. But the trust and the relationship between these two, so important, particularly in this downhill event, and the speeds that these racers are hurtling down this hill. Farkasova skiing very nicely indeed here. And it is mind-boggling how they're able to, well, just compete in the downhill event at all with the very limited amount of vision that they have. To say these athletes are brave would be a massive understatement. And Farkasova very much in touch here. Little stumble there, that could cost her. Ferret the leader. Henrieta Farkasova coming down the final few turns over the last jump. Safe landing. And just keeping it together. Can she hold it? Yes, she can. Well, Farkasova goes into second place. And she was giving it everything down that final pitch down into the finish line. And Foray, knowing that Farkasova was a massive threat for gold, and you heard Foray say gold, she thinks that the main threats here have passed. Just 4 more races. The first of whom will be Natasha de Troyes of Belgium, following her guide Diego van der Voorde. So Foray is our leader with 6 of the 10 races down. And de Troyes will not going at the same speeds that we've seen some of these athletes go at, but skiing pretty nicely indeed. 31 years old, from Wichelen in Belgium, originally hailing from Ghent. So 7th, she finished in the slalom, but crashed out in the giant slalom, and perhaps that experience will make her a little bit more cautious in this downhill event. But it's a huge change, of course, from the 2 most technical events. After Troyes comes down towards the finish, she's not going to threaten the medals, but into 6th place for now. So the first 2 events we've had so far this week, the 2 most technical, the slalom and the giant slalom, and that could be, she thinks she's in with a very good shot of the gold medal. So just 3 left. Anna Coe-Fornell, and she's finished out of the medals so far at these games, coming 5th in the giant slalom and 9th in the slalom, but she did have 3rd and 4th place finishes the World Cup finals in the downhill. So, well, you can see from the checkpoints, already well behind. We just see a recording of the start, so we're unable to know if there may be a little stumble in the first part of the race. And things are looking very good indeed now for Viviane Foray of Canada, who has safely completed her downhill run, and that's very much the aim. If you can get down the finish in this downhill event, well, Foray remains the leader with just 2 races left. Foray has a silver, she has a bronze. Could she now have a gold? Katie Sarubi, 20 years old, from the United States. A remarkable athlete, as they all are here, but well worth checking out her website, CaitlinSarubi.com, and reading all about her life story. Born without eyelids, and she's had 57 operations in her short lifetime, and skiing very, very nicely indeed here. Following her guide, Gwyn Watkins, who at 35 is close to double her age, and that's one of the things these 2 have had to work on, they've said. Sarubi just going wide, and she's missed that gate, unfortunately. But because of their different ages, these 2 have pretty different interests away from the slopes, and that can be difficult when they're trying to get that bond. But look at Foray, 1 more athlete, and the gold is hers. Well, Alexandra Fruntseva stands between Foray and the gold, but not thought to be a threat coming into this race. She's yet to record a finish. She's competing both the slalom and giant slalom, but crashed out of one and pulled out after the first run in the giant slalom. So Fruntseva coming down now, following Polina Popova. And you will be able to hear the Canadian crowd in party mood, because Fruntseva has too much time to catch up now. And Viviane Foray, the first of these 10 athletes, very much leading the way. Gold will be hers in just a few short seconds' time. The cheers will be for Farkasova, of course, but also very much for the home favourite. Farkasova finishes. Let's hope she's okay. Very steep finish line there. But Viviane Foray of Canada will get the first of 6 gold medals on offer here today at Whistler Creekside. A bronze in the giant slalom, a silver in the slalom, and now gold in the downhill, the marquee event.
Yeah, now it's official. Yeah, officially.
Now it's done.
Well, she's been celebrating for a while now, thinking that gold was likely hers, but as we can hear her say, it is now official. Gold for Foray, silver for Farkasova of Slovakia, and Danelle Umstead in partnership with her husband Rob, and the couple will be taking home a bronze medal. Well, if you're watching here live on Paralympic Sport TV, look at the stunning conditions.
So happy.
Yeah, good job, V.
Well, you can see what it means to both these two girls. Lindsay Debou, the guide, and Viviane Foray, the racer, but very, very much a team effort in this visually impaired division. So let's hope that Alexandra Farkasova is okay. Pretty high speed crash she was involved in. She does look to be, well, not up on her feet, but good to see her at least moving and communicating with the medics. Excellent medical staff here at Whistler, and the course crew, well, they've done a fantastic job preparing this course for us today. As we see Henrieta Farkasova of Slovakia now. As I was saying, we do have a fairly important sledge hockey match coming up at 12 noon today here in Pacific Standard Time. And Danelle and her husband Rob happy to get there we go. So 6 competitors in this downhill women's sitting category, and we will be able to stay with you for this before we hand over for live pictures from the ice sledge hockey game, in which the host nation Canada will be hoping to progress through to the final. Now, a nasty cut under Farkasova's right eye, and well, she is walking, but it was a pretty awkward spill, and let's hope she can recover. So as she's helped away from the finish line, the second of our gold medals is just a few. Well, Sam Carter Daniels, the youngster, we'll be seeing him later in the men's category, and he was first in training. This the first event he's racing in. All the others, eat your heart out. And he's very much surprised some of the other more established competitors here with his running training. Now, for the downhill, because it is so dangerous and so steep, all these racers have to have at least one run. And we were able to get 5 of the 6 categories have their single training run. Originally they were supposed to have 3, but the weather made that an impossibility. So then last Saturday we were going to have the downhill events, and we just were able to get the 6th and final training run from the standing men, and then the weather forced postponements. So skiers looking to medal here will have to go through Laurie Stevens, Kaniko Obinata, and this lady, Claudia Lösch. Those are the gold, silver and bronze medalists from 4 years ago.
Okay, 1 minute for sure.
1 minute, we're hearing, for Claudia Lösch. And she won gold in the slalom. Very impressive athlete, Lösch. 21 years old. And she crashed out in the first run. Didn't quite crash out in the giant slalom, but recovered and didn't complete the time. Came back with a very impressive second run, but only good enough for 8th. She lost just far too much time on the first run, so Lösch here very much a medal threat. But Laurie Stevens, who will be following her down this course, the defending gold medalist from Turin, and also fresh off a first and second place showing in downhill at the World Cup finals earlier this month in Aspen. Now, all 6 of these ladies could definitely get on the podium.
10 seconds.
All of them podium threats in whatever the discipline they're racing. So Lösch gets us underway, and she'll be hoping for a clean run here. And look at the steepness of the hill here. Now these 3 trackers, the single monoski and the 2 outriggers with the ski tips on the end, known as 3 trackers. The outriggers generally used more for balance than anything else. You can see them just brushing over the surface as she negotiates these wide turns. But it's all the suspension going through her rig and the monoski. And typically the training is just before the run. Now it was a few days ago since they've done their downhill training, and they've changed the length of ski to make it suitable for the more technical events, and then back again for the slalom. So difficult for all these races to adapt, but of course it has been the same for everyone, as Claudia Lösch of Austria looks to pick up her 2nd medal of these games, already with 1 gold to her name. And we won't know until all 6 of these competitors have completed their runs, and just the 1 run in the downhill event, not a combination of 2 as it is in slalom and giant slalom. Here comes Lösch to complete. Well, we've seen several crashes just over the finish. That shouldn't have cost her too much time, because she was almost at the line.
Let's go up!
Now, Laurie Stevens. Gold and silver in the downhill in the final 2 warm-up events. And gold in this event 4 years ago in Turin. Stevens has had a stunning career. 26 years old, from Wenham in Massachusetts, and she is racing down these. Now look at that, 0.4 of a second up, and with the little mistake that Lösch made at the end, Laurie Stevens has a very good shot of going into the lead. A lead she might not relinquish. So coming over the final pitch down into the finish line here. 1:29.89 is the time to beat. She's going to do it. Well, 1.5 seconds in the lead, and we won't know for now, but that could be your gold medalist. Now Alana Nichols, fresh off her gold in the giant slalom, and there's only 6 competitors in this, well, you have to say, terrifying downhill event. But all 6 are very, very good racers. And no doubt because of the difficult nature of this speed event, that's why some of the other competitors have chosen to enter just the other events and not this downhill. So Nichols coming up to the first checkpoint, and look at that. Well, very, very impressive. And Laurie Stevens, who's posted the quickest time so far and looking to retain her gold from 4 years ago. Might be outdone by her teammate here. Alana Nichols is storming down this course. Nearly 5 seconds in the lead. And, well, looking for her second gold medal of these games. Now, 2 Japanese racers still to come. The first one, 37-year-old Kaneko Obinata. This is her 5th Paralympic Games, and she has 10 Paralympic medals, including a gold in this event, but from back in 1998. 2 bronze medals so far at these games. And Obinata, well, just losing it there. And she's going to crash out, unfortunately for her, just catching her breath. Let's hope it's nothing more serious than that, but the speeds these downhill races are going. And the medical teams will be trying to attend to her as soon as they can. And let's hope that it's not too serious, as we see Kaneko Obinata. And this is exactly why, as we see a replay of just where she lost it, turning there. And just catching an edge and immediately flying off her monoski. And that looks pretty nasty. Well, she does have the rig, which fortunately she did seem to land on the edge of what they call the bucket there, rather than on the upper half of her body. So she's not going to complete, and this is exactly why we only have 6 athletes who are brave enough to compete in this division. But despite the small field, it is still very competitive. 3 Americans, 2 Japanese, and the coach there just, he'll be radioing up to see if his girl is okay. So here's her teammate, 50-year-old Tatsuko Aoki, and it does look as if Obinata is okay. She'll be taking her time. So just a slight hold up, and if you are tuning in to see coverage of the first of the 2 ice sledge hockey semi-finals, we will be going to that game. Canada playing Japan. The game's just started, but we've got 2 more races here to decide the medals in the women's downhill event, and this the sitting category. Now they are divided into 10s, 11s and 12s. The 10s have the higher injury, so they have less mobility, just the upper part of their upper body.
Yeah.
And that, Alana Nichols. Well,
yeah, I was super nervous. There's a super fast course and just got a little crazy in there, and so.
She did do good. So she'll be praying,
Yeah.
of course, that Obinata is okay, but also praying that she can retain her lead. She was a member of the US wheelchair basketball team that won gold 2 years ago at the Beijing Summer Paralympics. And she's been a racer for quite some time. Broke her back after crashing while snowboarding 10 years ago. And since that moment, she's taken up skiing on the Paralympic circuit and has taken to it extremely well. Alana Nichols, who we just saw, turning 27 on the 21st of this month, so she could be moments away from a very, very nice early birthday present. So as I said, we will be getting you down to the first of the 2 ice sledge hockey semi-finals in just a moment. will be good to go in a short moment, we hope. 2 more racers, and they are Tatsuko Aoki and Stephanie Victor, the American. Now, Victor took a silver in the slalom event, which kicked off the games, and she is another strong medal threat. Laurie Stevens, the American, in second place, and we could have an American 1, 2, 3 here. So Kaniko Obinata will just be helped off the course, and any quick course repairs that need to be made will be made, and then we can get the final 2 athletes in this downhill sitting division to confirm who will be our second gold medalist of the day here. And that is Claudia Lösch. So stunning conditions here at Whistler. Absolutely the best we've seen so far. The course officials just brushing away any loose snow. And that is Stephanie Victor. So she got a bronze in the downhill 8 years ago in Salt Lake. And if you tuned into our coverage earlier, you would have heard Chris Waddell joining us on the phone. Chris and Stephanie Victor, both based in Park City, Utah, where the US National Adaptive Ski Center is based. And I know there will be several people from that center watching our coverage here, wishing Stephanie Victor the very best of luck, as well as Monty Meyer, whose wife Tracy runs that centre. The centre gives 4,000 lessons a year. It's been going since 1985 to all sorts of adaptive skiers. And the 50-year-old Tatsuko Aoki, well, this won't help her nerves any. And you can be certain that all these athletes have the butterflies in the pit of their stomach as they get ready to come down the downhill course. Well, Obinata being transferred onto a stretcher, and let's hope she's okay. It was a pretty nasty crash. Just suddenly caught an edge, lost her ski immediately, catapulted into the safety barrier, flew up a little bit in the air and came down pretty hard. And these racers are absolutely fearless, going stunning speeds. Now the men will be going slightly quicker than the women, as they do at the Olympics, but the men, particularly in the standing division, which is the quickest, some of them clocked well into the 80s, and that's miles an hour, not kilometers. So very much approaching the speeds that their able-bodied peers were clocked at in the Olympics. And many of them on just the one leg, so it really is remarkable. So if we can get underway again for the final two athletes here, we can hope to just complete this division before we send you down to the first of the two semi-finals, ice sledge hockey. And then as the events continue here, we will show you coverage of the final four events of these Alpine division immediately after that hockey game. So don't worry, you won't miss a thing here on Paralympic Sport TV. We know that many of you want to watch the hockey, many of you want to watch the skiing, and so we do our best to juggle things and bring you as much live as possible, and then the rest as soon as we can after it's finished. So we have, well, many treats in store as we close out these Paralympic Games over the next few days.
I went into that, I was like, I don't know what to do right now. And I was just like, I pretty much laid it down on the bucket and got out of it. This machine is like,
and they're the two
from the last one I was in, because did you know the Kevin Bramble one?
Yeah, I know them. I've tried one once, but I decided.
two medalists at the moment. And there we see, well, Obinata is going to be airlifted off the course. Too steep to transfer her down to the finish line. And of course the medics here at Whistler know exactly what they're doing, some of the best in the world. Well, if you're just tuning in, that unfortunately is Kaneko Obinata, 37-year-old from Japan, and a very, very experienced racer. In her 5th Paralympic Games, 10 medals to her name, including bronze in each of the slalom and the giant slalom. Now, she had a pretty nasty crash, and it could be some time before she's safely transferred away from the course. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring you down to the ice sledge hockey back in Vancouver. We'll be back for the final two races, and so we'll be flipping around a little bit here, keeping you up to date with everything. So no scores so far in the hockey, and let's join Nat in the first period. And a replay of the crash, flipping off the ski into the safety barrier, and up she goes. And that was really where, as she came back down, landing on her side, that was where the main impact occurred. Well, she's certainly conscious and she's been talking, but she hasn't moved from that position since that happened several moments ago. And perfect conditions for the downhill, but that just means that the course is hard and fast. And she seemed to be skiing pretty well, very much in control, but that, well, in a fraction of a second, just catching an edge. It appeared from the angle we saw, the ski popping right off, and from there, well, her race was over, but that's by the by now. Let's just hope that Kaneko Obanata is okay. So Obanata being clipped in here, and she has been moving her arms and talking, so let's hope it's nothing too serious, but still a fair amount of that course down below her, and it's safer to airlift her from this position down to safety, where she'll get properly checked, rather than to try and transfer her down to the bottom and taken away from there. So difficult moments for some of the racers up at the start, because we have 6 divisions here. They'll all be delayed. Tatsuko Aoki and Stephanie Victor are the final 2 in this category. They were all set to go, and they'll be followed by the standing women. Well, we've seen very, very tough weather conditions earlier this week here at Whistler, but absolutely perfect here today. Perfect for a downhill, and the racers will have known that the course would be extremely quick, and so they wouldn't want to be going cautiously at all. They'd have to be giving it everything, and unfortunately just, well, top speeds there for Kaneko Obanata as she lost control and had a pretty hard crash back down into the run. So Kaneko Obanata of Japan being airlifted to hospital, and as soon as we get any news on her condition we will let you know, but we very much hope she's okay. So the course workers will be putting the final touches and just repairing the damage to the course, but it was pretty much off the sides where she went down, and this is the 5th of our 6 racers. Tatsuko Aoki, but that is our leader at the moment.
I would have been happy happy to do that. You just
Alana Nichols of the US leads from Laurie Stevens, her teammate, and Stephanie Victor is our 6th and final racer. And if she can dislodge Claudia Lösch, the Austrian who's currently in 3rd place, we could have an American 1-2-3 here. Now, as I said earlier, just 6 competitors, but don't be fooled, they are all very much in contention for medals here. And only the 6, perhaps, best skiers in the women's sitting division have chosen to enter this event. Some of the others not risking it, because as we saw with Obinata, the risks are considerable. She was flying down that course and had the brakes applied to her almost instantly. She lost control, the ski popped off, and the rig was hurled into the safety netting, up in the air, and then crashing back down to earth. Well, all the skiers still to come, they'll know what's happened, and it won't help to settle their nerves any. All they'll be thinking is that if someone's airlifted, it means they were going pretty fast and had a pretty nasty crash, and they know that the same fate could befall them, so they'll be just trying to prepare themselves as well as they can.
Vai. Here they go.
Grandi. Really good. Ciao Italia. Bulgaria Trentino.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Well, earlier this week, that cameraman had a little bit more luck trying to attract some of the local wildlife here. So lovely pictures of a bird feeding out of his hand. And just underneath the graphic, he had some food there that he was, I think, trying to tempt maybe even the same bird back. So we just should be getting underway in a few moments' time. This is the second of the 6 Alpine races we have today. 3 on each of the women's and then the men's side. All of the visually impaired sitting and standing classes on both sides. And this is the downhill day here at Whistler Creekside.
They were singing that.
And she is enjoying her moment in the sun.
They were pretty much there in spirit.
Lying in first place with 2 races to come. And she very much hopes that the gold will be hers. Now, she's already won gold in the giant slalom, and she's already won gold at a summer Paralympics. Wheelchair basketball she plays, and the US won in Beijing 2 years ago. So Alana Nichols, a very impressive athlete. Played wheelchair basketball at the University of Arizona just 2 years after her accident in which she broke her back while snowboarding. And then she qualified for the US Paralympics women's wheelchair basketball national team in 2005. And the team brought home the gold 3 years later. So she's also been training, as many of these athletes have been, at the National Sports Center for the Disabled in Winter Park, Colorado. She graduated with a master's degree in kinesiology and is interested in exercise science, particularly interested in working with people with spinal cord injuries such as herself and introducing them to sport. And what better inspiration she can be than by winning another gold medal here. So you see at the bottom, Kaniko Obanata, she crashed out, and let's hope she's okay. But Alana Nichols, a sizable lead over her teammate Laurie Stevens, and Claudia Lösch in third place. Now, we're back underway at the top of the course, and this 50-year-old Tatsuko Aoki, still with nerves of steel, particularly after her teammate has crashed. You wonder what's going through her mind.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, she's underway. This is her 4th Paralympic Games, and she was 4th in the giant slalom. And we've heard so many athletes just Aoki and Stephanie Victor of the United States still to come. And Kubinata's crash, well, surely it will come into their minds. We don't know whether they'll know about the exact turn that she crashed on, whether that information has been relayed up to the competitors at the start, or even if they want to know. So Tatsuko Aoki is in the LW10 class, and she's the only 10 athlete, so she has less mobility than all the others, but she does get more of a time boost when the factoring system is taken into account. So even though she might look like she's going slower, and it is all relative because they're going at very fast speeds. Now, unfortunately, she's going to crash out. Well, good to see her moving immediately. Wasn't nearly as bad as her teammate's crash, but that's going to spell the end for her. And one more racer standing between Alana Nichols and the gold medal here, and that's Stephanie Victor. 2nd in the slalom, 2nd in the giant slalom. Can she go one better here in the downhill? She's very much a threat, but Alana Nichols had a comfortable lead, and those crashes, you have to think, will be playing in Victor's mind. So skiing pretty nicely here. And getting some serious speed down that slope there. Look at that, 70 kilometers an hour. As she comes around down to complete the time there on the right hand side. We haven't seen Nichols' time flashed up yet, but it is the factored time, the calculated time. Coming down into the finish. It's not going to be good enough. Nichols will be the gold medalist. Let's see where Victor can finish. Well, she's out of the medals, unfortunately for her. And you have to think that that long delay after the crash, she's not happy, but there's the gold medalist, Alana Nichols.
Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you.
She knew she had a good chance. She's been leading for a number of minutes after that long delay. Silver for Laurie Stevens and bronze for Claudia Lösch. There is Stevens, the silver medalist, and an American 1-2 here in the Alpine skiing women's downhill sitting, and that is the 2nd of our 2 Japanese racers, both of whom crashed out. Well, We saw Kaneko Obinata airlifted off the course. And she had a very nasty crash indeed. Let's hope that Tatsuki Aoki. So we see our bronze medalist, Claudia Lösch, the 21-year-old from Austria.
We are all alive.
And she's laughing, but
All right, let's go.
she said, "We're all alive." They made it safely down the hill. The two Japanese racers unfortunately did not, but let's hope. As we see a replay of Aoki's crash, losing it here and then sliding, bumping down the course, losing the monoski, and into the netting. Well, it wasn't as bad. Good to see her sitting up, talking and communicating. But confirmation there. Alana Nichols gets her second gold medal of these Paralympic Games. Laurie Stevens the silver. And Austria's Claudia Lösch edging out Stephanie Victor for the bronze.
Our competitive sports program is a little bit different than a lot of the other university programs because our athletes train right alongside the NCAA athletes as part of the NCAA program at UNH. And right now we have 15 athletes, and Laurie and Tyler are actually
So the third and final of the women's downhill events, and you can see Karin Fasel and Alitza Story not starting. Now, we don't know when they pulled out. The start lists have to be in the night before, so just down to 11 racers instead of the 13, and who can say whether they could perhaps have been late withdrawals if they perhaps had a bit of second thoughts after the crashes we've seen so far today. The standing skiers go even quicker than those in the sitting division. Not too far off from their able-bodied counterparts in the Olympics. Now, if you're just joining for this third event, in the second event, the sitting division, 2 of the 6 skiers, both the Japanese skiers, crashed out. That's the second one. Well, good to see her back on her ski and able to propel herself under her own steam. That's Tatsuki Aoki, 50 years of age. Now, she did crash out, but it wasn't enough to flag Stephanie Victor, who'd already begun her descent. Aoki was safely off to the side. Sometimes it does happen if there's a crash, and these ladies have already been released, going at pretty short intervals. The officials have to run up and try and flag them down if the crash is towards the lower part of the course, and the crash happens after the next racer has already started. Fairly standard here that we don't wait until the previous racer has crossed the finish line, depending on the event, and it's different for men's and women's, but sometimes 40-second intervals out of the start gate. For the men, typically it's 1 minute. So if there is a crash towards that lower part, well, too late to hold the athlete who follows them down. Well, the crowd in good voice, and look at the packed grandstand. A fantastic atmosphere for the marquee day of the Alpine events here. The downhill. Very much the race that all these athletes want to win. And the course workers will be putting the final touches to this very well-groomed run.
So we're going to have, we're going to stand women. So we went BI, sitting, now we're going to standing women.
Now, as we prepare for this standing division, Canada's Lauren Woolstencroft could give the hometown fans something to remember by making downhill her third straight gold medal at these games. The 7-time Paralympic medalist, who now lives in North Vancouver, is Canada's best shot at not only medaling but winning gold in the downhill here. She studied on Vancouver Island at the University of Victoria, but in her way is defending gold medalist from Turin 4 years ago, Solene Jambaque of France, and also back to defend her medal was a bronze 4 years ago, Evita Chlebakova from Slovakia. Now Reinhild Müller of Germany, the silver medalist from 4 years ago, and the all-time leader in women's Paralympic alpine skiing medals with 14. She's not here. She now runs a business in Nevada, conducting tours for people with disabilities. So, stunning conditions here. Absolutely the very best we could hope for here at Whistler. As we see Boucher, Corradini, Smarzova, Jones and Jambaque on that first page, because two have pulled out, and then 3 Canadians, of which the third, Lauren Woolstencroft, is definitely the best shot, you would think. But the second last racer, Chlebakova of Slovakia, bronze medalist from 4 years ago. Hasn't been quite as good form though, finished only 11th in the World Cup overall season standings, and last among 7 finishes in both races in the World Cup finals in Aspen earlier this month. So we are good to go, and 16-year-old Marie Boucher, who's been waiting there for quite some time, is going to get us back underway here. 7th in the giant slalom, 4th in the slalom before that. And Boucher, absolutely fearless, as all these downhill races are. You do have to have something a bit different to enter these downhill races, particularly when the conditions are as hard and fast as they are here today at Whistler. Boucher placed 4th in both downhill events in Aspen, and as I said, 4th in the slalom, and she said it was just horrible to finish there earlier this week. A good performance, but no medal to show for it, and she is still recently turned 16, so she could have a long Paralympic career ahead of her, but she'll desperately want to win at least one medal here at Whistler, and she is entered in all 5 disciplines. So Marie Boucher into the tuck for the final stretches here, and she comes down to post the first time of the day, 1:35.58. And Allez Marie, they'll be chanting from down below at the grandstand. Melania Corradini will be next to go, because Karin Fasel of Switzerland, who had a bit of a nasty crash yesterday, choosing not to go, and Corradini already up. So as Boucher finishes, Corradini will already have started, and that's why we just jumped to further down her run, as we see a quick recording of the start gate. And as we come up to the next checkpoint, let's see if Corradini can maintain that second advantage she had. Well, she can, and she's extended it more than 3 seconds. And Corradini, silver in the downhill in the 2009 World Championships in Korea, comes down And she's going to be our leader for now. And that's a very good time indeed. Nearly 5 seconds ahead of Boucher, who was no slouch, and the Italians loving that. So Petra Subrtova, and she is always a threat. Just 19 years old, but in her second Paralympic Games, competed as a 15-year-old in Turin. Well, Corradini's time was pretty good, but Subrtova was second at the halfway stage in both the slalom and the giant slalom. Crashed out in the slalom second run, but picked up a bronze medal in the giant slalom, so she knows what it takes to get on the podium here. Now, Corradini was charging all the way down this course, and let's see, well, she's not going to be threatening, and Corradini comfortable at the moment. Subrtova, more of a technical skier, with that bronze in the giant slalom. Coming down into the final stretches of this course, and Subrtova, for now, goes into second. Now, Alitza Story won't be starting, but her teammate, Alison Jones, will be. 25-year-old, and she is a fearless competitor, and that's exactly the kind of mindset you need to have if you're crazy enough to enter the downhill here at the Paralympic Games. 2 silvers in the 2 World Cup events at Aspen earlier this month, and this her 5th Paralympic Games. She's competed in 2 Summer Games on the bike, and this her 3rd Winter Games, despite only being 25 years old. She's from Colorado Springs in Colorado, south of the border, but Corradini at the moment has the time to beat. Well, Alison Jones coming down to the final stretches, flying over into the final pitch towards the finish. The crowd roar her on, and Jones goes into second place. So Natalia, well, she's pretty happy with that. Always good to get down with a good clean run. Now, the reigning gold medalist in this event, Solene Jambaque of France. But for how much longer? Melania Corradini of Italy posted a pretty good time indeed, and we'll see at the checkpoints how Jambaque measures up. Into the tuck whenever she can, and that slope is where these athletes are picking up tremendous speed. Well, she's 1.44 seconds and 85 kilometers an hour. Jambaque hurtling down this hill, on the edge, all these downhill races, and they know that 2 racers so far this morning have crashed out, but that doesn't put them off as Jambaque comes down, drops some time, but good enough for first for now. Loving that, as the French fans do in the crowd now. Andrea Javier, the first of 3 Canadians. And you'll notice a variety of different conditions these ladies have in the standing event. Everything from, well, LW2 we see here. Javier for an above-the-knee amputee using the 2 outriggers and the 1 ski. Lots of different categories all the way down, or up to LW9, so you'll see skiers with 2 good legs, 1 good leg. Sometimes skiers using 2 prosthetic limbs and 2 skis. And sometimes 2 poles, as we see here, or outriggers. sometimes one, sometimes none. And the factoring system comes into play, so all these racers in the standing division are averaged out as Andrea Javier, now based in Nanaimo here in British Columbia, comes down. Oh, and that's nasty. Well, she crossed the line safely and then popped up and lost control. Let's hope she's okay, as her teammate Karolina Wisniewska a 7-time Paralympic medalist, born in Warsaw, Poland, now living in Vancouver, so she'll have a lot of local support here. Karolina began ski racing at the age of 5 as a form of physical therapy. She has cerebral palsy, but she won't... Well, I think what we have here, yes, it's just a recording, and what's happened, and this is very unfortunate, well, both for Wisniewska and for her teammate Javier. What's happened is that a late crash meant that Wisniewska had already started at the top of the course, and Javier could be in a bit of trouble here. She hasn't moved from the position where she crashed just after the finish line. We are seeing a number of athletes cross the finish line and then lose control as they give it everything down this final pitch. And so Karolina Wisniewska has been stopped. The next one down, another Canadian, and the gold medal favourite, Lauren Woolstencroft, she's been stopped. And we won't know, depending on the severity of Javier's crash, we won't know how long we have a hold here. So Wisniewska had already started, and it was only after she'd completed the first few gates that Javier crashed down the bottom, and obviously very much in the way for Wisniewska, and very much a safety risk. Safety, absolutely the first thing that's taken into account, particularly in the downhill, and that's why we saw the downhill delayed to later in the week. If you have any kind of visibility problems, any fog with the speeds that these racers are going, well, it could be disastrous. So we were able to get the slalom and the giant slalom safely completed earlier this week. We did have some fog, but they aren't going at nearly the same speeds. Solene Jambaque, well, she's the leader for now. Corradini in second. And Alison Jones at the moment in third place. But the first of 3 Canadians here, Karolina Wisniewska, and that does appear to be, well, Javier's crashed down. Wisniewska just skied past, and she's going to have to go back up to the top, compose herself. She's already put a lot of focus and energy into half her run when she was stopped by the official. And unfortunately for her, that is just the luck of the draw. This is Alpine ski racing, and it does happen. And a replay here as she sat down and popped up there. Well, that was nasty. No word, of course, on how serious it is, but we very much hope it's not too serious. We already saw a Japanese racer from the sitting division airlifted off the course after a very nasty crash. That was Kaneko Obinata, and when we get news of her condition, we'll pass that on to you. Following her down, another Japanese racer, Tatsuko Aoki. still with nerves of steel at 50 years of age just to enter this downhill event. And she crashed out, but it wasn't too serious, and she was up.
Scary as shit. So scary. It was one of those, I just kept going, I'm sliding, and turn!
Well,
Yeah, jeez. I was all over the place.
I was. But you did it.
Yeah,
You
thanks,
killed it.
the phrase there from Alison Jones on the left-hand side. Excuse the language, but that does give you a sense of how tough it is for these competitors.
Hello, coaches. We'll be at least another 5 minutes. They're doing some repairs down there.
So if you just hear in the background the officials passing on news, will be at least another 5 minutes. Just repairing the damage done to the finish area from Javier's crash, because we've seen a number of competitive crash after the finish line, and they'll need to smooth out that area so the same thing doesn't happen to the next competitor. So that will give a chance for Karolina Wisniewska to get back up to the top. She will have to rerun her race. We're not sure at this moment where she'll go, whether she'll be the last of these competitors, but conditions pretty good today, and so it shouldn't make too much of a difference. But of course she has to get herself psychologically back in the zone, and you never know, it may just give her a bit of an advantage, because well, perhaps she's been able to ski the first part, see how it's skiing today, bit of an extra training run on the day, so often a disadvantage if you're stopped halfway through your run, but conditions shouldn't deteriorate, the course shouldn't cut up too much, there'll only be a handful of other racers, and Solene Jambaque, golden for now, but she will have to wait for a number of minutes, because unfortunately Andrea Javier is still lying down, having crashed after completing her time. She was just trying to slow down after the finish and lost control and had a nasty tumble. So hopefully it won't be too long. We'll just take a short break here, and hopefully she's okay.
Hey, Bex, you got that chair?
Now 26 there, Lauren Woolstencroft. And she is very much the favourite. 2 gold medals already. So as I said, hopefully it won't be too long here at Whistler Creekside before we get back underway.
next time, it's the last kilometer, so today I will go by
Smoking a cigarette.
Visually impaired sitting and standing. And lots of, certainly with a Canadian athlete here.
Bien, merci beaucoup. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, il va nous rester 6 athlètes pour...
Let's go Canada! Go Canada! Go Canada! Go Canada!
Gibber ici, qui était à l'arrivée. Quelle malchance, donc la descente Gibber qui se termine mal. Mais on vous tient au courant. Et ça va se résumer ensuite avec la compétition du côté des hommes, toutes catégories. Ça veut dire déficience visuelle en premier, suivi de position assise. Et ensuite, on termine avec debout chez les hommes.
And then we will have men's visually impaired, sit ski, and standing competitions as well.
Peter, that means lots of categories.
It's really weird, like on staff day at the end of the year, all the staff at Panorama bring out their dogs and just open the staff. And there's dogs running randomly all over the mountain, you have to like dodge them. But it's cool, like the ski patrol's dogs, there's like 3 of them. And as the ski patrol's on the chairlift, the dog runs underneath the chairlift.
Yeah, well, it was certainly keeping with the person it was. Like it,
Les bouquets de fleurs donc, pour les médaillés paralympiques, ce qui va suivre immédiatement la fin de la course.
All right, so a lot of
no. I know it's hard to believe, but not either.
Good sound and video. 5 minutes.
coverage, but so it's going to please put your hands together and give a tremendous project that we can do
Everyone's lining up to try out the sledge hockey, which we just saw over at the UBC Thunderbird. And I want to talk to Allison. I know you're kind of in charge of this. Can you tell us about the different sports that people can come down here and try right now?
Sure, we got lots of sports here. We got these guys trying sledge hockey. We've got a cross-country sit ski, and then we have a mono ski for Alpine.
Awesome, and I know we've got a lot of schools. So if any of you guys want to come down here and try it out yourself, I might actually get these guys to call a sledge hockey tournament right here in the Lösch Paralympic zone. I love this enthusiasm. Come on, you guys. Show some love to all these athletes. Everyone's
Well, we should be good to get back underway in just a short moment's time. Nervous moments for all these racers, particularly for Solene Jambaque of France, who is our current leader, and also for the gold medal favourite here, Lauren Woolstencroft of Canada, who was poised to go out of the starting gate, and then we had a bit of a course hold because two athletes before her, Andrea Javier, her teammate, crashed right after the finish line, and she has now been stretchered off the course. Let's hope she's okay. The third crash, well, the third more serious crash, as to say. We've had a couple of other wipeouts as well, but that we've had so far today here in the downhill event. So after Javier went, another Canadian, Karolina Wisniewska, went down, but she had to be stopped halfway down her run because of Javier's crash. So she'll be back up at the top now, and she'll be going later. And then the third Canadian, Lauren Woolstencroft, here she is now, ready to go. So mentally pretty tough for her, but she is the hot favourite here. Canada's top female Paralympic alpine skier with 7 medals, 5 of which have been gold, acquired over 3 Paralympic Games, and at the 2009 World Championships she captured 4 gold medals, including in this event, the downhill. So Lauren Woolstencroft, the hot favourite, but you just don't know what's been going through her mind. She'll have heard about the crashes, and that will absolutely have affected her. She just needs to put it out of her mind. The fantastic conditions here. Well, she's up on Jambaque, but by less than a second, so she can't afford any major mistakes. But the fantastic conditions mean that this course will be hard packed and very, very quick indeed. So ideal, but it does make it, of course, that much more dangerous. And even these most fearless of competitors, well, you heard some comments that I won't repeat because of the language used, but they were pretty terrified as they were going down, some of the racers said. Well, Woolstencroft now more than 2 seconds ahead of Jambaque's time. She's going to fly over this final rise. There she goes, lands safely down towards the finish, and Woolstencroft looks to go into the lead by 4.4 seconds. Well, what can you say about Canada's Lauren Woolstencroft? She's destroyed the field in the slalom, destroyed the field in the giant slalom. Disappointment there for the woman. She just beat Solene Jambaque, who now sits in second, with Melania Corradini of Italy currently in third. Well, you can hear her saying, so wild.
4.4 ahead right now.
And they've just skied the two much slower races, the slalom and the giant slalom.
That was scary.
That was a good run.
And that tells you everything you need to know about the courage of these athletes. The best skier in the world at this level, and scared out of her mind. Andrea Rothfuß. A little close of the eyes. Perhaps a little word to a higher power. Just 20 years old, and in her second Paralympic Games here. Now she got a bronze in one of the 2 downhill races in Aspen earlier this month in the warm-up event, the final World Cup races of the season, so definitely in contention here for a medal. But Woolstencroft's time is going to be very, very, very hard to beat. And Rothfuß already more than a second and a half behind it. But if she can hang on, she can still force herself into the medal positions where she hit that gate pretty hard. Let's hope she hasn't lost too much time. Skiing nicely, you can see just the one pole. Rothfuß in the LW6 category. And all these competitors, and not the first shriek we've heard today, because this is terrifying. Don't be fooled, these racers are going at top speeds, but they are frightened. Safely over the final rise, coming down into the pitch towards the finish. It won't be first, where will it be? Well, third for Andrea Rothfuß of Germany. And with just a handful more racers.
Do you have a start list?
Yeah, there's only Iveta, Caro, and Natalie from France.
So 3 more racers, one of which will be Woolstencroft's teammate, who has to rerun her race. And in the start gate here, Evita Chlebakova of Slovakia. 47 earlier this week, and Chlebakova, the bronze medalist from Torino 4 years ago. Well, nervous moments for those in the lead. Just the one run here in the downhill. And here goes Chlebakova, 5th in the giant slalom 2 days ago. Now, as with Andrea Rothfuß before her, she's in the LW6 category for skiers either with a hand or an arm amputated and using just the one pole, and all the different subcategories whether these skiers have 1 or 2 good legs or prosthetic limbs, and using 0, 1 or 2 poles depending on their condition. The time factoring system gives certain categories a boost compared with others, and so that way we have these 11 competitors all in the same division rather than in much smaller subdivisions. And with the downhill and the speed of this event by its nature, meaning some people don't enter it, it's nice to have at least a sizable field here rather than many much smaller ones. Also makes it more competitive, and the medals, if you will, more valuable when you're competing against more top racers. And as you can see, as Chlebakova comes down towards the finish, all of these athletes, fearless competitors, fearless ski racers, and she'll be out of the medals, but still a pretty nice run from the 47-year-old. Now 2 more races still to go, so Woolstencroft guaranteed a medal of some description, but with 2 golds already here at these Paralympic Games, she won't be satisfied with a bronze or a silver. Now she has a sizable lead over Solene Jambaque of France, and at the moment Melania Corradini of Italy will be picking up the bronze. Now there's Woolstencroft. So she's in second at the moment, so nervous moments for her. But they have the advantage that they have safely completed their runs, which several athletes we've seen have not. So Rothfuß, perhaps the most nervous of the finishers so far, because if either of these next two racers get into the top three, she's the first one to be bumped out of the medal positions. It was Corradini of Italy in fourth, not third, at the moment. So he's had a tough job today. The Canadian who's in charge of the race.
Oh, it's me. Oh, that's us. I was like, oh, there's...
Well, back to our leader. And she's been pretty used to waving to the cameras over this week. 2 gold medals. And could be just moments away from a third. Very much the gold medal favourite. And laid down a very nice run indeed. Well, the German flags there will be hoping they can hold on to a bronze medal here. And that's Natalia Tiak, who is one of our 2 remaining competitors. Tiak is in the LW2 class for above the knee amputees who use the 2 outriggers. And the course, as you can see, in very, very good shape. And that's a blessing in some ways because of the weather we've had, but also a curse in other ways because with these conditions and the way this course has been set up, very, very quick indeed. And that can be, well, it is frightening for all of these competitors. Don't be fooled. They are on the edge all the way down. Incredible control at these speeds. And it almost seems pointless trying to describe their courage and their guts just to get down this course. But the pictures speak for themselves. Pointless, of course, because mere words can't describe how impressive all of these athletes are. They're going just a fraction slower than their able-bodied counterparts in the Olympics. And they're quicker than all but a handful of racers in the world. And doing it with often a sizable disadvantage. Four years of hard work goes into all the preparation for these athletes, and it can all turn on one caught edge and a crash. It can all hinge on a few hundredths of a second. And exciting for these fans, but many of them will be family and friends, providing the support network, which is of course vital for these athletes, but they'll know how much has gone into the preparation for all these racers. And that's why you see the huge outpouring of emotion down at the bottom. Delight and screams of joy for some, and unfortunately tears for others. So that's Lauren Woolstencroft in the centre of the picture there, and she at the moment leads. Just 2 more races to go. Natalia Tiak of France.
Oh, that's my... I was like, that's...
And the other one
Is that me? Yeah, it's me.
is another Canadian, Karolina Wisniewska, who will be going for her second time out of the starting gate. She was stopped by an official. And that's because her teammate just before her had crashed, and so she was stopped halfway down her run. Now, often a big disadvantage because you've already used up some of the energy. You have to get back into the mental zone for ski racing. You've got to get back up to the top and go again. But on a day like today, when there's only been a handful of other competitors who will have come down the race course before or since that time, it could just be an advantage for Wisniewska. She'll have skied the top half of this course. She'll know how it's running, whether it's bumpy, whether it's smooth, how the turns are laid out, because they didn't get much training down this hill, in the downhill, because of the dangerous nature of the speed event. All the athletes in the men's and the women's, visually impaired, sitting and standing, all had to have at least 3 training runs. The weather meant that they couldn't get the 3 training runs that were originally scheduled, but they do get the 1. And so Wisniewska, well, she has used up some extra energy, but she's now got a bit of time to have a break, and she's had perhaps 1.5. So this man, a lot resting on his shoulders. We've seen some crashes, and that perhaps could be, well, that there, number 25, Karolina Wisniewska, the lady I was just talking about. She'll be going back for her second try. And with the race officials, with the crashes we've seen so far today.
Yeah.
And once again, Lauren Woolstencroft responding nicely to our cameras. She leads by some way from Solene Jambaque. Andrea Rothfuß of Germany, for the moment, with 2 races to come, is in bronze medal position. Now, Fasel and Story chose not to start. They pulled out at some stage between last night and the race time. And we'll find out later whether they got up to the top and perhaps saw what happened in the sitting division with the nasty crashes we had there and thought better of it. But the ones who have chosen,
really quite boring. Yeah.
well, it's not boring for us. We are loving every moment of this downhill day. The weather is fantastic, and the holds, while they can be frustrating, just serve to build the drama
So you're trying to get
and build the excitement. So Tiak of France will go next, and then Wisniewska, who has 2 downhill podium finishes in 2010. But she holds the record for the most Paralympic alpine skiing medals won by a female without a gold. 7 in total. 4 silver and now 3 bronze after placing 3rd in the slalom on Sunday. And she was 4th in the giant slalom on Wednesday. So she's definitely going to be there or thereabouts come the final shake-up. And who knows whether that little extra run she got in earlier today when she was stopped by the official because of the crash down below. So often a disadvantage when you have to get stopped, back up to the top and then do it all again. It could today perhaps be an advantage. Well, she is going to go here before Natalie Tiak of France. As you can see, a rerun there for Wisniewska before Tiak of France rounds out this standing division. So 2 more races, and Wisniewska will be very, very determined to make it onto the podium. It will be slightly less scary for her because she's gone down the first half of the run. So after the hold, we do have the benefit of being able to see her entire run as she rounds out these wider smooth turns. Getting into the tuck wherever possible. she's racing down here. Well, she's well behind Woolstencroft, but still could be on for the podium here. She's skiing pretty nicely, no major mistakes. And Woolstencroft, the hot favourite to get her third gold medal of these Paralympic Games. Still very much could be on for that. But her teammate could be joining her on the podium. And this is some of the sections of the course where they've been racing down at top speeds. Well, she's dropped some time. It could be close here. She'll need to charge down this final section. She was 3.5 behind Woolstencroft at that last checkpoint. Jambaque 4.4 seconds. And you know that Woolstencroft will have been making up time all the way down. So, coming down to the finish, is it going to be enough for a medal? 5th. And there'll be disappointment for Wisniewska. A fine run. And you can see as she looks up at the scoreboard, disappointment for her. Well, it is so tough, this downhill event. And it was a pretty nice run by Wisniewska. But she will finish out of the medals. And she has commiserations and congratulations from Lauren Woolstencroft, who could be on for the gold medal, but not if this lady, Natalie Tiak, has anything to say about it. Now Tiak in the LW2 class on just the one leg, so she will get a boost in the time factoring system. And what we're seeing is that perhaps due to the nature of the crashes we've seen, they are waiting for each athlete to clear the finish line before sending the next one down. And that prevents the situation we just had earlier with Karolina Wisniewska. With the course as fast as it is now, Tiak's going to be well off the pace. Woolstencroft will know now that the gold for her is just a few moments away. Tiak skiing nicely, but she's not going to threaten. The 37-year-old, she'll be looking to improve her 9th place finish in the slalom. And her teammate, Solene Jambaque, will be on the podium. Currently in 2nd position. Woolstencroft, you can see, a very impressive time, and the 4.4 second margin of victory that she has here, unbelievably the smallest she's had so far at these games. But of course it is just the one run here in these downhill races, whereas the slalom and the giant slalom are 2. So Tiak comes down to finish nicely. And she is the 11th of our 11 competitors, but she's pretty happy. A massive achievement to safely negotiate this tricky downhill course. And there is your gold medalist, the 3rd for her at these games, Lauren Woolstencroft. And I'm sure the Canadian fans don't find it boring whatsoever to see her smiling face. A big thumbs up. What can you say about Lauren Woolstencroft? And Jambaque there, the silver medalist, congratulating her teammate Natalie Tiak. And having gone down herself, Jambaque will know exactly the relief that Tiak is feeling, having safely completed the course. Well, Woolstencroft the gold, Jambaque the silver, and Andrea Rothfuß of Germany the bronze. Just 12 hundredths of a second ahead of the Italian Melania Corradina. So all 11, I'm pleased to say, safely got down the course. And we are into the men's division now. So the first of the three men's will be the visually impaired. And we should be getting underway in just a few moments' time. So Radomir Dudas will be getting us underway here. And all of these athletes so impressive, but the downhill in the visually impaired category, well, it defies belief at times. All these racers legally blind. Radomir Dudas is a B2 athlete, so he has a very small amount of vision. He's following his guide Maros Hudik. And some names to look for. Well, gold medalist from 4 years ago, Gerd Gradvold of Germany. Silver medalist from Turin, Chris Williamson of Canada. And bronze medalist Nicolas Berezhny of France will all be back to try and defend their medals, and they'll be battling a very strong field. Jakub Krakow has 2 gold medals already here at these Paralympic Games in Whistler, and John Santakana Maistegui has 2 silvers. So plenty of people who could get on the podium here. Radomir Dudas, our first competitor from Slovakia, large Slovakian contingent, and his time of 1:21.88, the time to beat so far. Now this next competitor, Bart Bunting, you see there on the right hand side of the graphic, he's B1. He has absolutely no vision whatsoever, and if he does have just a tiny amount, well, he's wearing blacked out goggles, because those are the rules for the B1 athletes. He's the only B1 athlete on both the men's and the women's side who's been brave enough to enter this downhill event. And you can see he's obviously going a little bit slower, but the time factoring system will account for that. And Bart Bunting here was asked by an Australian journalist before this week began how he could even, and disappointment for Bart, and well, in a little bit of pain there. He just went a little bit too wide, and that's desperately disappointing for him. But just to get to the start line, so impressive. And he was asked, as I was saying, by an Australian journalist how he could even consider entering this event. As we just see a replay, and straddling the gate. Unfortunately for Bart, he'll be out. Well, his reply was very telling. He said, to be honest, it scares the shit out of me. Apologies for the language, but that was a direct quote from this athlete here, Bart Bunting, and not surprising given what he's signed up to do, and that is go down a very, very steep hill indeed, without the ability to see anything whatsoever. I can't think offhand of a braver thing to do. Well, disappointment for him and for those Australian fans, but he is back up. Just maybe a small bit of pain as the gate went between his legs. Never the nicest, but Bart is back up with his guide Nathan Chivers. And he took a break after competing in the 2002 Winter Paralympics. But the lure of these special games, too much for him to resist this time around.
Okay.
And the Australian chef de mission joking earlier this week that despite being here in Canada, it was almost like a home game for these Australian athletes because there are so many young Australians working at this resort, whether in the restaurants or on the ski lifts, and many of them will be down below. So Bart's going to ski down the rest of this hill, nice and easy, and you can see the big microphone pack on the back of Nathan's behind there, and constantly just communicating to Bart, left and right. And that's disappointment for Bart because he was skiing pretty nicely. He was 3.5 seconds up on Radomir Dudas at the first checkpoint. Just repairs to the gate that Bart Bunting took out there. Now Bart and Nathan, his guide, they've been friends since high school, which obviously helps them to develop the unique bond that's so important in the visually impaired division. But it was actually due to Nathan's sister that Bart began skiing. Back in 1998 she organised a tryout camp for people with disabilities, and it was low on numbers, so that forced Bart to go along. He wasn't very good at first, but he persevered and gradually improved. And there is Bart, just taking a bit of a breather. Well, good to see him back on his feet because some of the women in the sitting categories had some pretty nasty crashes. The worst of which was Kaniko Obanata, who was airlifted off this mountain. And no news of her condition, but let's hope she's very much okay. Ideal conditions and a very, very fast course indeed. Now Nathan Chivers, Bart Bunting's guide, who we just saw guiding Bart down there. He's had his own fairly scary moments. He said skiing off a cliff in New Zealand during a whiteout was the scariest thing he's ever experienced. So he can perhaps empathise with what must be going through Bart's mind as he comes down this hill, not being able to see anything whatsoever. Nathan did reveal he once skied nude during his Bucks weekend, or Stag weekend, depending on what you call it, wherever you're watching from all over the world. But Nathan and Bart together have won many medals in their joint Paralympic careers. So as we come back up to the top, on the left hand side, Chris Williamson, strong, powerful man, following his guide Nick Brush, and Williamson very much the home favourite. He finished the World Cup season ranked first among all visually impaired skiers and captured a downhill victory and second place finish in Sestria in Italy. Silver medalist from 4 years ago. And look at the speed. Williamson is roaring down this mountain. Well, he's racing here. Now he's up on Dudas. He is ripping up this mountain. Chris Williamson in the tuck. If you're just joining us, you will be astonished to know that this man here, Chris Williamson, is legally blind. He has a tiny amount of vision, not very much at all. And he has chosen to make a life out of hurtling himself down the steepest hills all over the world and placing his trust in the hands of the man in front of him, Nick Brush, who guides him down as best he can, and it's hard for the guide going at these speeds. Oh, and Williamson crashes out over that final rise, and desperately disappointing. He was going to destroy Dudas's time. He was skiing brilliantly so far, and he just had too much speed as he came down the final jump into the finish line. Well, that may not be the last time, and because of that little crash, these guys have just been held up. And Chris Williamson, there he is. You can see the microphones that guide and skier have to communicate with each other. And he was, well, going down a phenomenal speed down there. And he got some big air coming over that final rise, as did Brush. Now, it's pretty hard for the guide, as I was saying, because going at the speed he needs to go, and just seeing a replay here, slow motion, they're still racing down this hill. Chris Williamson in the tuck and just loses a bit of form. The arms go. Brush is safely down. His left ski went, and then his right, and then his left went out. Spun around through that gate, but once the skis were off, and just moments away from posting what would have been a very good time. Now, the speed that Nick Brush, as the guide, needs to go to keep up with Chris Williamson's phenomenal pace, pretty difficult for him, because now and again he has to look round over his shoulder, and that's not easy when he's skiing down the steep hill. So John Santacana Maistegui and his guide we saw just released earlier, and they will be sent back up to the top for a rerun. Maistegui with 2 silvers so far, and the next to go and Chris Williamson. Well, the disappointment on his face, understandable. Apologising to Nick Brush, but oh so close to what could perhaps have been a medal here at his home games. Desperately disappointing for all the hometown fans here, but none more so than for Chris Williamson himself. And you can see at the top there, Williamson flying off that slope.
Yeah, you're upset. I could have done better.
And a hug with his wife.
My nose is a little sore. And my chin.
Coming up on just about a minute.
One of the most touching scenes we've seen here so far at these Winter Paralympic events. Chris Williamson, moments away from what perhaps could have been a medal here, in front of his home fans, and then just crashing down that final slope. A bit of a face plant. He said his nose was a bit sore. And and 4 years of hard work. Coming to that, Williamson had finished 6th and 8th in the 2 events so far that we've had here at Whistler. But the downhill was very much his thing. Now he will be back in the other 2 disciplines, and hopefully he can make up for that disappointment. So Nicolas Berezhny and Sophie Troc from France. Now they're in the B2 category, so less vision than Williamson has, and you expect to see them going a little bit slower, but still, as you can see, at a fair old clip down this mountain. The factoring system, which I explained before, does mean that the B2s and the B3s can ski in the same category. The B2's getting a bit of a time boost, but that is taken into account on the clock, so you don't need to worry about how many seconds are taken away or added on. The time you see there is factored in. It's Berezhny, 1/10 of a second up on Radomir Dudas. And you can hear Sophie guiding him down as well as she can. All athletes have different capabilities. He may have some peripheral vision, perhaps, maybe just a few % of vision. Can perhaps see some shapes, but he can most certainly hear her. They'll be mic'd up. Absolutely vital at this speed. And look at that, nearly half a second up, Berezhny from Condom in the southwest of France. And a bronze medalist from 4 years ago. Now he's more of a technical skier, but skiing very nicely here. And down he comes. And into first place for now. That is your leader. With 4 of the racers down so far. He was the 5th one out of the gate, but John Santakana Maistigui was sent back for a rerun. Now here's one to watch, and already 1/4 of a second up. Gerd Gradvoll of Germany, and he is the reigning Paralympic champion in this downhill event. Following his guide, Karl-Heinz Wackenhauer. And Gerd is another B2 skier, but you wouldn't know it. Looks like he's skiing as quick as some of those B3s. We had just the one B1 who have no vision whatsoever and wear blacked out goggles. That was Bart Bunting. Unfortunately for him, he had to, well, he crashed out. He straddled one of the gates and that ended his day. But Gerd Gradvold trying to reclaim another as he safely, another gold. Down he comes to the final stretch. This is going to be a good time. And more than half a second. And again we see a wipeout, but he won't mind, he's okay. And the crowd letting him know that he is into first place at the moment. Now, Mark Batham, 51 years old, but he was, in the training run, the quickest of everyone. And look at him race down here, following his guide, Slater Story. And Batham really pushing Story down the hill, almost catching him up. And these two are going very quickly indeed. Look at that, 0.8 of a second up on Gradvold. And Gradvold, remember, the reigning Paralympic champion. So one of the favourites coming into this. Well, here comes Batham down the final stretches. This time is going to be very good indeed. And comfortably into the lead. Well, he won't mind that. Nice cushion there. And the Americans can start the party, because that time could be very, very difficult to beat now. He was a long way ahead. and he's peaked at the right time. The 51-year-old recording a pair of second-place finishes at the World Cup finals in Aspen, but he would very much hope to get a first-place finish here. But Jakob Krakow, 2 golds to his name so far in the slalom and the giant slalom, and he has, well, about 30 years on Batham. More than 30 years, in fact. He's 19 years old, Krakow, following Jurav Madera. Now, Krakow is in the B2 category, so he will get the time factor. And let's see how he does. Skiing nicely over the top section of this hard, fast course as we come up to the first split. And it's very close. Look at that, 0.12 of a second. Very much in contention for gold. What would be his 3rd gold of these games. But Mark Batham has posted a very impressive time. And look at that. Krakow almost catching Madera, his guide. And that gives you a sense of how quick these athletes are. They are coming down at tremendous speeds. The guide obviously needs to stay within a certain distance, but that could cost him. They almost touched there, and down at the next checkpoint. Or Krakow trying to keep it together, just going wide. And this could be good for Batham as we come over the final hill, staying low to the ground, unlike Chris Williamson, who crashed out, so possibly sensible. And into 3rd for Krakow. Well, it won't be another gold for him. And he's exhausted. It is terrifying for these athletes, as we heard some of them say. And look at that. 51-year-old Mark Batham. He was the quickest in training. And so far, he is the quickest here in this downhill run. Miroslav Haraus now, another Slovakian. 4th in the slalom. The dreaded 4th place, following Martin Makovnik. And Haraus is down. Well, he's back on his feet, so that's good to see. And he may be able to continue here, but he'll be out of contention. No. Sensibly, perhaps. No point risking anything down this steep, steep hill. Just a replay of, well, the bottom ski goes, then the top ski, and then just losing balance. So, a few more races here to go here. We have 3 more for their first time out of the gates, and then we will have John Santacana Maestegui of Spain.
Seriously. First one, 2 gold, ice in your veins.
Yeah. Smile. Give him a number.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Man,
Man,
man.
You almost passed later for a second.
I know, I was looking up.
It'll be another minute or 2.
Well, Mark Batham,
Another minute or 2.
our leader, from Seattle, Washington, so just down the west coast here of North America. Began skiing at the age of 9. And 3 years later, he was a very, very good skier, a ski racer. He returned to the slopes last season after a long hiatus. And in his second career, he's trying to build a real estate portfolio. Well, I can't tell you how that one's going. Let's hope for his sake it's going very well. But I can tell you that his first career as an elite downhill ski racer, well, that career is going very, very well indeed.
I'll do that. I couldn't be more ecstatic. This is, oh man, that's nice. Woohoo!
He couldn't be more ecstatic. Well,
and I'm still breathing hard, so it was not exactly a walk in the park.
Yeah, what did you think about it?
he will be a little bit more ecstatic if his first place time at the moment is converted into a gold medal after these other 5 races. But we do have some serious contenders, including the man who will be back up for a rerun, John Santakana Maistegui. He picked up a gold in one of the 2 races at the World Cup event in Aspen, Colorado, just a few weeks ago, so Batham will know that.
There's no question about it. We are in Canada. So many fans, so many people have made their way here to Whistler Creekside, and it is great to have the support of the
Nice chance for us to see all the happy smiling faces all around Whistler Creekside. And why not? Look at the conditions. Absolutely stunning. Perfect for racers, perfect for spectators. And Gabriel Gorce-Yepes of Spain will be following Felix Aznar Ruiz de Alegria down this hill. It's over 2,000 meters long, this hill, this course, and they have a vertical drop of 600 meters. Now you can see these two skiing very closely together, just widening the gap, but each pair, and it is very much a team effort this, each pair will have their own styles. Felix won't want to get too far ahead here. Well, let's see how he does at the first checkpoint. A second down on Batham, but could still be if he keeps it together here. Still in contention. So the Spaniard from Madrid, the capital, following the guide who you'll just see from time to time glancing over his shoulder just to check that everything is as they've planned it. They've gone through the course in their head. They've had a training run. They've practiced memorizing all the corners and the turns. And unfortunately for Gabriel, that will be the end of his day. Well, he's okay. Immediately back on his feet. But disappointment for Gabriel Gorce-Yepes, just pushing it a little bit too hard. Well, Gabriel Gorce-Yepes just coming down to complete his run. Not sure whether he in fact missed a gate, but it won't really matter. Out of the medals. And we have 3 more athletes. Well, just a replay there of Gabriel's crash, but unlike some of the athletes earlier today, unfortunately, they crashed pretty heavily. Well, Gabriel, fortunately for him, he's okay. So, this man here,
there you go.
He's famous now, signing autographs. Mark Batham.
Okay, Bart, I'll check in with you in a few minutes.
The 51-year-old from Seattle, Washington.
We gotta go. We'll go find out what the final finish is here with the one last.
Go do what you gotta do.
Okay. I'll see you.
Take care, buddy.
Make sure they stop safely.
Well,
down again.
he's the man at the centre of attention right now. And he is 3 races away from winning a gold medal. He was racing down that hill, following his guide Slater Story. Almost overtook him at one point. Now Christoph Pretner from Austria, following Kurt Vastian. And all 3 remaining racers are in the B2 category, so they won't be as quick as Batham, but with the time factoring system, they could still get gold. So it is all factored in, as you can see. Calculated time there. You don't need to worry about doing any sums in your head. It's all done for us in the clock. So Christoph Pretner, well, sitting down but regaining control nicely there, the 18-year-old. But it won't help his time any. But picking up some pretty good speed around these wide sweeping turns. Let's see how he's doing at the first checkpoint. See the sun glistening off this perfect hill. And Kurt constantly giving instructions. You can see the microphone they both have, and they'll have an earpiece in as well in this visually impaired division. Christoph Pretner coming down the very fast section there towards the end of the course. A few seconds behind, he'll be flying off this final hill in just a second. Coming down the steep pitch, and this is where they'll be coming into view for the crowd down below. Flying over the hill, getting some nice air there, landing safely, and coming down to complete his downhill run, and into 5th. Well, disappointment for Christoph Pretner into 5th place, but a pretty good run. But the story, if you're just joining us live here on Paralympic Sport TV, the man you just saw there, 51 years old, the American from Seattle, Washington, Mark Batham, currently in 1st position with just 2 more athletes to come here in the visually impaired division. Now, the first of them, very much a threat. John Santacana Maistegui, following his guide, Miguel Galindo Garces. And Santacana already with 2 silver medals, but a 1st place finish in one of the warm-up events in Aspen earlier this month. So very much in form. Batham, a bit of a surprise so far, it has to be said, but he was the quickest in training. Now this time looks to be pretty good, and look at that, over a second up, and Batham will be seeing that. His heart will be in his mouth down at the finish line. He'll be watching on the big screen down there. And John Santacana Maistegui of Spain, trying to go one better than his 2 silvers that he's already got so far in these Paralympic Games. Well, still some difficult sections to negotiate. Very fast down there, and still a second up. He's lost a little bit of time. Now let's see if he can hold that advantage. Mark Batham from Grunwald and Krakow, 2 incredible competitors as well. Coming down the finish, well, he safely landed that one. This could be good for John Santacana Maistegui. And 0.4 of a second, he, barring the performance of Ivan Frantsev, will be our gold medalist. Look at the reaction from his face. And Batham, well, ecstatic just a few moments ago, and he thought it may have been good enough for gold. But this man, John Sansacana, 2 silvers, and now just moments away from a gold medal here at Whistler Creekside. Bueno, very, very happy indeed, and why not? A fantastic run. They are going phenomenal speeds down this, but of course, there is one man who can prevent it, Ivan Frantsev, following Valentina Morozova. Now, not thought to be a particular threat, but you never know, and that's why these races are run on the hill and not on paper. Skiing smoothly, and we'll see at the first checkpoint how quickly the 18-year-old Frantsev is doing. Could be more of a threat, you would think, in 4 years' time in his native Russia when the games go to Sochi, but Frantsev skiing pretty nicely here. It's not going to be as quick, and Sansacana will start the party down below because 4 seconds is going to be too much for Frantsev to pick up. He's skiing pretty well, but I just saw a little bit cautious going into a slight snowplow. And if you're just joining us, it's incredible to realise, if you haven't already, that all of these skiers are legally blind. That's why they're following a guide down the hill. Frantsev is in the B2 category, so the middle of the 3 visually impaired divisions. The B1s wear blacked out goggles, so no lights whatsoever can get into their eyes. The B3 have the most vision, but it's still very, very limited. And the B2's somewhere in between. So the factoring system does come into play to even it all out as Frantsev comes down to negotiate the final stretch down, and the celebrations can begin for John Sansacana Maistegui. 2 silvers in the slalom and the giant slalom, and now gold here in the marquee event of these Alpine events, the downhill. So gold for this man, John Sansacana, and still getting his breath back from the efforts he's put down in this run. Mark Batham, the American, led for so long, and there was a bit of a delay, and he was signing autographs, enjoying his moment, while still a tremendous performance for the 51-year-old to pick up silver. But he must have thought, he must have contemplated winning gold for a few moments, and I'm sure at the beginning of the day he would have been happy with silver, but the way it's turned out, disappointment for him. So that completes the 4th race we've had here for you today. And this man, Gerd Gradvold, unable to retain his gold medal from 4 years ago, but picking up a silver here. So confirmation of this men's downhill visually impaired. Gold for Sansacana Maistegui, silver for Mark Batham, the 51-year-old from Seattle, and bronze for Gerd Gradvold of Germany. Jakob Krakow, the 19-year-old, couldn't add to his 2 gold medals he's already got so far at these Paralympic Games. He came in 4th place, and disappointment for Chris Williamson there. If you haven't seen it and you are just joining us live here on Paralympic Sport TV, he put down a very, very quick time, but he got some big air over the final jump and crashed out, to the disappointment of all the home fans down at the grandstand, and of course to himself, a big Canadian hope. So 2 more events for you, and this, the sitting event. So some of the names to watch for here: Well, silver medalist from 4 years ago, Chris Devlin Young, was one of 2 American skiers to reach the podium in the downhill 4 years ago, but he's the only one who will be defending his medal. His teammate Kevin Bramble won't be here, and Denis Barbet from France, who won the bronze medal, he won't be back either. But the man to watch, Germany's Martin Braxenthaler, and he'll be 5th out of the gate. He won gold in his first 2 races in Whistler, taking top spot in both the slalom and giant slalom events. And he's finished the World Cup season as the top-ranked skier in the sitting category. Now, Devlin Young claimed bronze in last year's World Championships in Korea. And had a 5th place finish coming into these games in the first of back-to-back downhills in Aspen, Colorado earlier this month, but failed to complete the second race. Now Joe Tompkins, another American, blew the field away at the World Cup finals in Aspen, winning both races by wide margins. So very much in contention. But the Canadians have a hope of their own, because it wasn't Tompkins who was the quickest in the training run. Well, they were supposed to have 3 training runs, but because of the weather, these racers only able to complete 1. Joe Tompkins was 2nd in training, 0.8 of a second behind Sam Carter-Daniels of Canada. The youngster pretty new on the circuit, so a lot of people were sort of looking at the results thinking, who's this guy? And look at the time. So Carter-Daniels, he's well down the field, doesn't have one of the earlier starting positions, which is generally based on form and points accrued over the World Cup season. We just have a slight course hold. I'm pretty sure it won't be for too long. They may be just making a couple of minor repairs to the course before we get underway here at Whistler Creekside. Absolutely perfect conditions. The course is running hard and fast, sometimes a little bit too fast. We saw some of the women crash out, and Kaneko Obinata had been airlifted to hospital. Well, it does look like we're going to get underway here with Reinhold Sample. And just a couple of other names to look for. Thomas Nolter of Germany, Taiki Marie and Akira Kano of Japan, and Johan Tablet of France, another one who's consistently been in the top 10. Well, 28 competitors down to start this race. And the first one, Reinhold Sample of Austria. Sample was the 5th quickest in training. And on the edge of control here. Skiing nicely, but with these conditions, they'll all know, just 1 run in the downhill, not a combination of the 2, so have to leave everything out here. They'll know that everyone will be racing very quickly down this hill. And you have to be aggressive if you want gold, as all these athletes dream of doing. So Sample, this his 2nd event here, he was 5th in the slalom, competing in his 3rd Paralympic Games. He's had 7 races in his Paralympic career, all of them in the top 10, so very consistent. And he lists one of his hobbies as bungee jumping. But I think, as frightening as that is, as Sample comes down to post the first time of the day, 1:21.88, as frightening as bungee jumping is, I think downhill ski racing just edges it. We saw some of the comments from the athletes further down the hill. Absolutely terrified, they said, as they went down. We even heard some of the ladies shriek as they went whistling around some of the corners. As Taiki Marie, one of the Japanese racers to watch, comes down. Now, he was 10th quickest in training, and you never know. The training, of course, not filmed, and some people taking it easier than others, not wanting to risk anything before the games have begun because injuries can occur. But he's well up now, Marie. And mentioning injuries, well, an Italian skier who was in the slalom and the giant slalom, Luca Carrara, broke his leg the day before these games were set to begin. As Taiki Marie comes down now to complete his downhill run. And 3 1/4 seconds ahead of Sample's time, so a very nice marker indeed. Luca Carrara in the standing events, but he decided to stay here. Just has the one leg, and he broke it just before, so desperately disappointing for him. But he was able to stay here in Whistler to support his teammates. As we see Sean Rose, because Shannon Dallas of Australia has pulled out here. And down comes Rose, looking to improve on his 8th place in the slalom. So, what can Rose do here? Well, he's going to be behind Maury's time, but if he can continue skiing nicely down this second, and you could just hear him grunting as he goes over these nice air, controlled down the finish. It's hard work for these athletes. Don't be fooled by how easy they make it. And into second place, a pretty nice run there from Sean Rose, but well behind our leader, Taiki Marie, at the moment. So, Martin Braxenthaler, always a threat. He entered these games with 7 Paralympic gold medals, and he's already picked up 2 more. He's 0.3 of a second up on Taiki Marie here. And Martin Braxenthaler, the German, is in the 10 class, so in the sitting you have the 10s, 11s and 12s, and the 10s have the least amount of mobility, so they get more of a time boost. And look at him race down this course, and that's disaster there for Braxenthaler, just too tight a line, and that'll be the end of his day. Well, he was racing so nicely, and you had to say he was very much in contention to what could have been perhaps a 10th Paralympic gold medal. But Braxenthaler, too tight to that gate, down that very fast, steep slope in the middle section of this course. And too tight. And clipping it. Now, Tyler Walker. He's from Franconia in New Hampshire. But, well, we're not sure if he's going to get stopped because of the little wipeout. But, oh, and Walker bounces out himself. So as I was saying, Walker from, well, let's see what happens. Now, it could have been that they were trying to, well, from the graphic, it does look like he's crashed out. It could have been, as I was saying, that they were trying to flag him down because of Braxenthaler's crash. But Tyler Walker, who hails from the same very small town as Bodie Miller, Franconia, New Hampshire. So we see Martin Braxenthaler just complete the run, and disappointment for the veteran German. But no disappointment so far for this man, Taiki Marie of Japan. still our leader. And if you can get down safely and post a fast time, you can put the pressure on all these other athletes. Braxton Thaler knew he had to push it.
30 seconds to race your 4.8.
And pushing it just a little bit too much. Now racer 48 is Park Jong-seok of Korea. And there's no point, if you want to get a medal, just trying to coast down this run. As dangerous as it is, you need to give it everything. And that's why this is the marquee event, because of the risks involved. Already we've had one athlete airlifted off the course. We've had another who went off on a stretcher. And we wish them well, but here is Park Jong-seok. Now, he was disqualified in the slalom and crashed out in the giant slalom. So he's got some Paralympic experience under his belt, but it hasn't been the most successful games for him so far. Let's see how he does at this first checkpoint. Well, he's over a second behind the Japanese racer. Skiing pretty nicely, and they'll be picking up speed throughout, and you can just see as the course disappears down this steep little section. And again, rounding down here, coming into one of the fastest sections on the course. The television camera angles can sometimes be deceiving. This is a fearsome mountain and very steep indeed. Now, many of the athletes have had problems after that very steep, fast section, bouncing around in the rig. He needs to keep control here. Nice air over the top, coming down towards the finish. Park Jong-seok won't be in the lead, but into fourth place. And a nice run from the Korean. Athletes from all over the world and fans from all over the world. Now, Johan Tablet of France, a consistent top 10 competitor in the downhill, may need the race of his life to get on the podium, but certainly in contention. So Tablet comes roaring down that middle section, and he's just 0.3 of a second behind. So maintaining very nice speed down this slope. Taiko Mori of Japan sits in first place for now. And controlled skiing here from Tablet as he comes down towards the finish and into second place. Well, Murray's time holding up very nicely, but Tablet, to the delight of those French fans, in second now. Chris Devlin Young. Very much a man to watch here. And skiing nicely at this stage. Now, he got bronze last year in the World Championships. And silver medalist from 4 years ago in Turin. Now, skiing well here as we come up to the split. And look at that. Half a second in the lead. And Devlin Young leading the charge here for the Americans. A strong American contingent in this downhill, and just skidding out there. Can he continue? Well, he's going to cross the finish line. The crowd giving him an enormous cheer, and well deserved. He kept it together, but desperately disappointing. And And it's not over until you cross the finish line here in this downhill event. He was charging and he was over half a second up. But not the first man to have crashed out. Now, Josh Dueck, the Canadian, performed well earlier this week in the slalom. And let's see how he does here. Now, Dueck is in the 11 category, so the middle of the three. Picking up a lot of speed down that section. And it's all about speed, but it's all about control as well, because so many of these athletes have had too much speed to handle. They're flying down this hill. One of the most dangerous pastimes you could ever hope to do. And Dueck roared on by the home crowd. Well, he's into second. A pretty good race. But Taiko Mori keeps the lead. Look at his fans. And he was involved in a nasty skiing accident. Formerly an aerial skier, broke his back, and many of his friends and family were there for him when he broke his back. And he said how pleased he's been to have so many of those same group of friends and family supporting him here in Whistler. So, Christoph Kunz, and you can see that LW10, which means he will get more of a time boost. Silver medalist already from the giant slalom. And Christoph Kunz getting very low around those corners. Almost touching with the side of his rig. Be careful not to actually touch. I can spin out of control. Well, here we are at the first checkpoint. And Kunz is 0.6 of a second up. Skiing very quickly, very nicely indeed. Just guiding his line with the two outriggers. Not really used for much. Don't want to dig them in and take off too much speed, but the poles with the little ski tips on the end, known as outriggers, just used for balance. And the main mono ski doing all the work. And hard for these athletes as they bounce around down this fast course. And how's he doing? Look at that, over a second up. And Christoph Kunz, if he can hold it together here, he might be on course to add to his silver medal from the giant slalom 2 days ago. Little bit of air, almost his ski tip, almost losing it there, but coming down to the finish and goes into the lead. Well, he lost a bit of time and managed to maintain it. But look at that. The fist pump for the crowd. And as he came over that final rise, all these skiers getting some air there. But his front of the ski went down first, instead of landing as is usual on the back of the ski. And that could have been disastrous, but it wasn't. And Christoph Kunz of Switzerland is our leader. Now, what can this man do? KJ, Kiesjan van der Kloester. Well, he's crashed out, unfortunately, just as I was about to say how nicely he was skiing. And the sole representative from the Netherlands, very, very frustrated at that performance. He would have been hoping for well, at least a finish. 18th quickest in training, and here's just a replay of how it ended for KJ. Just couldn't make that turn here. The rig getting away from him. And so hard as they come into the steeper pitch, turning as the course drops away from underneath these racers to really dig in just the one ski. So much less of an edge, 50% obviously, to those on two skis to really cut into the course. So Christoph Kuntz and Tycho Mori, they'll be looking at the start list here
63, 64.
to see who still has to come. They'll be weighing up their chances, looking at who they think are the competitors still in with a chance. Josh Dueck of Canada. It's the most nervous position to be in. 3rd position so far. But he's the first one to get bumped.
Well, we have a few more days of skiing competition.
If someone else goes quicker. Now Dueck has a silver from the slalom. And we'll just have a little hold here as we repair the netting.
Coming at you, buddy. Good job.
Well, KJ van der Kloester, the flag bearer from the Netherlands, crashing out, and we're just seeing a few repairs done to the safety netting. Safety in this downhill event, vitally important. All these skiers absolutely on the very edge of control, the very edge of sanity, if you ask me. You have to be a very special mindset to want to throw yourself down this incredibly steep hill at top speeds. And the crowd have seen some fantastic racing so far today. And we still have 2 gold medals to be decided. So we've had several holds throughout the day just to make little adjustments to the safety netting and sometimes the gates, sometimes the course. Course workers always running up to do little bits of repairs. Well, I'm pleased to welcome, as we just have a little hold here from Slopeside, Chris Waddell joining us over the telephone. Chris, a fantastic day of racing, and we've seen, unfortunately, a number of little crashes, but it just shows you how dangerous this downhill racing is. Well, we seem to just have lost Chris for the moment. Let's see if we can get him back on the line. Well, Chris, can you hear us now? Well, we're just trying to...
I can hear you. I can't hear Mark very well at all.
Unfortunately, Chris not able to hear me just at the moment, but hopefully we'll be able to join him in a few moments' time. So Tyler Walker, one of several who unfortunately for him has crashed out. But it is Taiko Mori of Japan who is our leader for now. And the slight delay is because KJ van der Kloester of the Netherlands had a bit of a slide, crashed into the safety netting, so just making sure that everything else is in top condition for the rest of these 28 competitors. We're about halfway through the field, and in a couple of races' time we will have an American, Joe Tompkins, second in training, and he won both warm-up events earlier this month in Aspen, Colorado.
All right, guys, one down here in the play link up here.
So we'll try again. Chris Waddell, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mark.
Thanks for joining us once again. Chris, fantastic conditions here, but we've seen, unfortunately, some pretty nasty crashes, and as I was just saying, that shows how dangerous downhill racing is.
It certainly does. I mean, obviously the conditions are great. The course workers have been working so hard all week to ensure that this is the case, that it's such a safe trail. But you know, it has been challenging today. You see a fair number of bumps, things like that. You know, that's part of downhill racing, and we see athletes going into the fence. We see some athletes crashing. You know, part of it's on the conditions, but also part of it is just the race. These guys are going really fast.
Now, when we do have these course holds because of the crashes that we've had, how does that affect the athletes still waiting to get through the starting gates up above?
It can be really difficult. I'd imagine earlier in the race we had Koniko Obanata who actually had to be carried off in the helicopter, and her teammate was in the starting gate at that point. So you're watching the helicopter come in. It's hard enough to turn off your imagination when you're in the starting gate for a downhill. Anyway, but to see the helicopter come in, it forces you to kind of think, oh, what is down there? You know, what's down there? Is there something I need to worry about? And usually it's not anything all that bad, but it's a matter of staying committed to your plan, and it's a challenge to always stay committed to your plan.
Now, coming up in just 2 races' time, we should be seeing American Joe Tompkins, definitely one of the favourites for this race. How do you think he can do here?
I think it could be a great course for Joe. Certainly, he has to ski smart. There's some terrain out there, a lot of bumps. We've seen more of the monoskiers getting bounced around and some of them getting bounced out, and that's going to be a concern for Joe. But he's coming in after winning both of the downhills at Aspen at the World Cup Finals. So he's somebody we really want to look forward to.
Well, thanks very much for joining us during the short delay.
You're welcome. Take care.
And we are back underway with our racing here with Nicolas Lusseles-Artets of France. So, the leader after that slight delay is still Taiko Mori of Japan. Excuse me, Mori is now in second place. So many races down today, getting confused. Apologies for that. Christoph Kuntz is now our leader. Mori is in second place. And this man hoping to beat them both, Nicolas Lusseles-Artets.
Standard strategy again this end, center guard.
So Nicolas skiing pretty nicely, and this is one of the quickest sections on the course. And picking up too much speed, clipping the gate, and another competitor crashes out. Well, it just shows you the challenges these racers have to negotiate. So we just see Nicolas, fortunately, back up on his ski. Nothing too serious. And that man, Christoph Kuntz, is our leader at the moment. So Joe Tompkins, as Chris Waddell on the line was just telling us, winner of 2 World Cup races earlier this month. Back-to-back downhills held in Aspen, Colorado. Joe from Juneau, Alaska. And he was a recreational skier before being paralysed in a car crash back in 1988. And then in 1996, he enrolled in Winter Park's disabled ski program and 3 monoski classes at Vail, run by Sarah Will and the man just joining us on the line there, Paralympian legend Chris Waddell. Now, Tompkins was their first graduate, if you will, to make the ski team in 2000, just in time to win the downhill at the inaugural World Cup. After that World Cup, Tompkins went on to compete in the 2002 Paralympic Winter Games in Salt Lake. Got another gold in the Super G in the World Cup 2 years later. And another victory in the downhill in the 2005 World Cup finals. So wasn't at the Games 4 years ago, but this is his second Paralympic Winter Games. And Joe Tompkins, the Alaskan resident, very much a threat here. Second quickest in the sole training run we've had. And getting very low around those corners. Using that outrigger, and too low and crashing out. Well, we've seen so many athletes just going too fast really and unable to control it. Conditions are perfect, but they know that they have to use every ounce of their ability to retain control, and they have to go as quick as they possibly can, because with this fast course they know that just coasting it down this run isn't going to be good enough. Well, he goes too low there and just off the normal line. Was unable to get back up for that next gate. And Tompkins, very much one of the pre-race favourites, is out. So Christoph Kuntz of Switzerland, still our leader. Tycho Mori, who led for so long, he was just the second one out of the gate. He's now still in second, and you can see the steep pitch down to the finish, and it can be confusing. There is Christoph. Can be well, deceptive, not confusing, but deceptive from our camera angles. Sometimes the course looking a lot flatter, but a 600-metre vertical drop from start to finish here, and that is sizable over such a short amount of time. So we may just have another brief pause while we get... Well, I think we're good to go. Joe Tompkins was okay. The starting gate bar comes across, and this is Akira Kano, who will be possibly informed from the information his teammates Mori could have radioed up to him by now to see how the course is running. 6th in the slalom, crashed out in the giant slalom, so mixed success for the 23-year-old. He's been racing since 2004. And living in Nagano, Japan, home of course of the 1998 Winter Paralympics. So Kano, someone who has certainly produced better results towards the second half of this season, so coming into form at the right time. off the pace a little bit, but could be in contention for a medal if he can keep it together here. Akira Kano skiing nicely, fairly controlled, but it is the fast section coming up through this middle section, and some of these racers just picking up too much speed down this slope in particular. You can see him bouncing around in the rig, tremendous suspension in these very much personalised buckets, as they're known. Needs to be pretty snug, very like the ski boot for the standing racers. Flying nicely over that, in control, just bumping around down that finish, and into third place at the moment for Kano. Well, you can't afford to relax. We've seen several people flying over that last hill, and just when they see the finish line in sight, thinking they've made it, well, that's when the ski underneath them can get away from them. So Han Sang-min of Korea. '11th in the slalom. That's his best result so far at these games. He is entered for all 5 disciplines. 30 years old from Seoul. And unfortunately for Han, he goes the way of many of these racers. But that is why the downhill is so popular. It's the one all these athletes want to win, because it is so competitive and there are so many risks when they're flying down at these top speeds. And you can't relax for a moment on this course. Just when you think you're skiing nicely, the course could drop away into another steeper pitch, and that final jump where many of these racers are getting sizable air, just proving too much, and some of them sliding through the finish. So the medic is out, but Han Sang-min looks to be okay. And 2 Japanese racers in the top 3 at the moment.
Great run.
コメントいきます。全体的にコース、おばんさんが言ってた、
Now,
なんでしょう、大斜面に入ってからは本当バンピーなんで、
Japanese isn't
耐えてというかしっかりちゃんと
able to translate that for you, but I would have thought he's radioing up to Takeshi Suzuki, who is the 3rd Japanese racer we'll see here, just to let him know how the course is running, what to watch out for. And I imagined that Mori, the first one down, was able to radio up to Kano, who we just saw there, and give him some tips. So teammates can be very, very useful, particularly when we've just had the single training run. Conditions very different. Conditions are good, but very, very different from what we've seen so far here at Whistler this week in the slalom and the giant slalom. Han Sang-min looks to be okay, just being popped back into his monoski. And he should be safely able to go down the rest of the course, but the officials will just let him get down safely to the bottom before we get things going again. And it is a long day of racing here. We've had delays so far totaling, well, maybe an hour and 15 minutes with all the little crashes that we've had and repairs. But that's part of downhill racing in particular. Very, very dangerous. And all these competitors completely fearless. and going down at incredible speeds. All these skiers, absolutely elite ski racers in their own right. And our leader at the moment in this men's downhill sitting division. And we have the standing one coming up a bit later on. But in this sitting division, we have about 10 or so athletes, with Christoph Kunz leading the way from Switzerland. Another Swiss racer is due to be our next one out of the blocks. Now, stay tuned for Sam Carter-Daniels, the 23-year-old from Toronto originally, but now living in Whistler. He only made his debut in the 2009 World Cup finals here on this hill, so not really known around the circuit, but he was certainly known after the training run, where he was almost a second quicker than anyone else. He was a second quicker than Joe Tompkins, and Tompkins was the man who won both the last World Cup races down in Aspen in the downhill by pretty wide margins. Now, Carter-Daniels was 0.8 of a second quicker than Tompkins in the Seoul training run, so he will know this hill extremely well. And it's the top 15 racers that go in the top 15 spots here, because those are the favoured positions due to the World Cup points they've accrued. And then the next group are supposedly lesser skiers. So Sam Carter-Daniels will be the 22nd out of the starting gate, so not in the top 15 as I said, but he could be, well, possibly the last real challenger for gold, but a very, very strong threat, and you can be sure that those down below will know all about him. And if these racers, you saw some of the leaders looking at the start lists earlier, having a quick look as to who the main competitors remaining were. You saw them looking, they would have certainly picked up on his name. And Carter-Daniels, he hasn't been racing very long, but he has risen very, very quickly to the top. So 3 fingers for his third place so far, enjoying his moment and very much hopes to stay there. So Japanese 2 and 3, and a Swiss racer, Christoph Kunz, in first place for now. Now Kunz there, as you saw, was LW10, so he gets more of a time boost, but Carter-Daniels is also a 10, so there'll be nothing between them. So his teammate Hans Plesch, moments away from starting. Injured back in 1995 and has been ski racing for a number of years. Enjoys shooting, hand cycling and hunting. ...47 years old, from Saas in Switzerland. Plesch was the 17th quickest in training. And you can see well down on his teammate's time at the first checkpoint. So keeping a nice tight line there, just brushing the gate with his shoulder. And if you're just joining us here on Paralympic Sport TV for our coverage of these downhill events, this is the 5th event of the 6 we have for you today. And Hans Plesch skiing pretty nicely, but doesn't look like he's going to be among the medals at this stage. But all these skiers flying down. Skiers in this category known as 3 trackers because of the 2 outriggers, the poles with ski tips on the end, and the central monoski, the 1, 2, 3 tracks. But the poles just used for balance rather than used to initiate turns. If they were, it would be like putting on the brakes too much. But they are useful to give these racers a good old start out of the gate, as you see here. Just on their ends as tips, and then the racers will shake them free so that they can be more flat, as Takeshi Suzuki looks to match or better his 2 teammates. Now, it did look as if he's had some information from those teammates down below, so that should give him an advantage. He'll know which corners are possibly racing the trickiest. Can be difficult going through with the bright sun, even though he's got the tinted goggles on. Going from the shade to the bright sun, we've had fantastic weather conditions here today. As Takeshi Suzuki, 4th in the downhill 4 years ago, so he knows a thing or two about the downhill. And just a little bit off the pace for now, but hoping, if he can, to regain it here and add to the bronze medal he won in the giant slalom earlier this week. So flying over that last hill, trying to pick up as much speed as he can in this final section. But down in 9th place for Suzuki. So Christoph Kuntz still leads. And the German Thomas Nolter is our next man out of the gate. 26 years old, teammate of the legend Martin Braxenthaler, and you can be sure that he'll have been picking Martin's brains over the years that he's been racing to try and pick up as many tips as he can from the decorated veteran. Well, how's Nolter doing at this first checkpoint? Well, he's within a second. Pretty good considering the starting position. The top 15 racers always grouped together in the first 15 spots, and then it's a random draw. Downhill, of course, just the 1 run, so can't afford to hold anything back here. Often with the slalom and giant slalom, people will put down a solid, if not spectacular, first run and then go for broke on the second. But you have to go for broke from the top here, and in the speeds they're reaching in this downhill event, well, they're leaving themselves open for what can be pretty nasty crashes, and unfortunately we've seen a number of those here today. So over the final rise, down the steep pitch towards the finish, the roar of the crowd, and how will Nolter do? 4th position. Well, very solid run indeed, and unfortunately for him, well, he knows that's a fantastic performance. I was going to say unfortunate because 4th, just out of the medals, but from his start position, that's a very, very good performance indeed. Now Luca Marafio of Italy, seeing his first taste of Paralympic action at these games, but he did race in the downhill 8 years ago in Salt Lake, and he'd love to do a good performance which I'm sure he'd dedicate to his colleague Luca Carrara, who broke his leg just the day before these games were set to begin. But he did stay here in Whistler to support his teammates, and we wish Luca a speedy recovery. The other Luca, Marafio, is on course now, live, and negotiating these turns fairly successfully. Not the quickest we've seen, but still maintaining control, which is all important in this downhill. And it can be, as we've heard from several of these athletes, a terrifying experience. Well, just sliding out there, he was very low on those turns, and just overbalancing, and he possibly can continue down towards the finish, but after this long delay on the slope, the time is not going to be the best. So here he comes down the final section. The crowd giving him a warm reception. And you can see the slopes, the condition of the snow, just getting maybe a little bit warmer as it turns to a bit of slush, and that won't help these later racers. It will be much warmer down at the finish than at the top, and it can be difficult when it's hard packed overnight to go from different conditions in different parts of the course. So here we are, coming to the latter stages of the men's downhill, sitting with Christoph Kunz in gold medal position at the moment, as Dietmar Dorn of Austria comes down to complete his downhill run. Now, a comment on our Facebook page for Paralympic Sport TV, Jasper Balkan, saying you can also watch it on Eurovision, but he says, to be honest, we're doing a better job. Well, thank you very much for your kind words, Jasper. And thank you, all of us. Now, Sam Carter-Daniels from Canada, the quickest in training by almost a second. He's new to the World Cup circuit, just made his debut last year. Very low round those corners. He's got a huge fan club because he's based here in Whistler, and we saw many of his friends and family down below in the grandstands. Now, how will he do at this checkpoint? Well, he's 0.8 of a second down. He's still in touch for a medal, and he hasn't, because he's so new on the circuit, hasn't been able to accrue as many World Cup points, and so the starting position, unfortunately for Sam, could be working against him. With all these delays that we've had, the course, oh well, it wouldn't matter. Oh, and that's a nasty one for Carter-Daniels. Does seem to be okay, but he's more worried about not being able to complete. He had very high hopes after his stunning training run, and those three know that perhaps was the last barrier to the podium for them. A replay here of Sam Carter-Daniels, and the ski gets away from him and slides down, and then he had a pretty nasty crash into that second safety barrier. Well, let's hope he's okay. We have some of the best on-course medical teams here at Whistler Mountain. Now, Sam is related to Mo Carter, who, if you're Canadian or a fan of Canadian football, you know as a quarterback for the CFL's Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So, definitely has family genetics on his side. Disappointment for Carter Daniels. Now, he was behind, but he was certainly in touch when he crashed out. And this man, Akira Kano, who would have been the first man to get bumped off the podium, Taiki Mori, and the other teammate, Takeshi Suzuki, not on the podium, but he'll be very happy for his teammates. And here is perhaps the gold medalist. Still nervous moments. He'll know there's some others, but he won't mind any of these delays because the snow will be warming up. It'll be getting softer, and it will make it harder for Carter Daniels and the other 6 racers still to go here. Well, it's been a difficult day for this man in the centre of your picture, who is our head official today. So he's the man who decides when we're good to go. We want it, the course, of course, as fast as possible, but safety still the primary concern. So they'll have to make repairs to the gates. They'll have to make repairs to the course. And very difficult for all the athletes. We still have the standing division remaining. And those athletes could have been expected to go, well, possibly as much as an hour and a half earlier. So they've had to change their preparations. They have to decide, do they get more food to eat? Do they take a bathroom break? How do they stay in the zone for too long? You don't want to relax too long and then have to refocus and get back in the zone. So Carter Daniels getting back up, which is good to see. We'll bring you news of some of the nastier crashes we saw as soon as we have it. Well, a bit tentative, but he is still skiing down under his own steam. So Sam Carter Daniels, the youngster from Whistler, had real podium hopes here. And his large contingent of family and friends will be as disappointed as he is. But I'm sure they'll give him a huge hand when he gets down to see them at the finish line. And Sam will be back later this week to race in the Super G. So just final repairs being done to the course here. And the conditions, well, getting more difficult. As I said, it becomes warmer throughout the day and the sun has had more time beating down on the lower reaches of this course. And the previously hard-packed, groomed course will be getting more and more cut up as more and more of these racers come down.
Please, cheers, cheers.
Cheers to you too. And there is Sam Carter Daniels, who crashed out moments ago, coming down to the finish line. Disappointment for him and for his fans. Here he is. And you can tell from the look on his face, the last thing he wants is a camera pointed in his face. and understandable. Very, very disappointing, particularly when he was in such good form in that training run. Almost a second quicker than anyone else. So hopefully we should be back underway in just a few moments' time. We have 6 more skiers, but 3 of these 4 are in medal position on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side of those 3 Japanese athletes, they're on course for 2nd and 3rd, but this man, Christoph Kunz of Switzerland, and you can see his accreditation around his neck that all these athletes need. He could be just moments away from a gold medal here. And so I think we have been given the go-ahead. This Philippe Bonadiman.
15 seconds to next racer. We're missing a clearance person.
Philippe won bronze medal in the slalom.
Start and stop holding 6-4, but it's unfair to the athletes. We need to be more clear, please.
So we can hear from the course official at the gate there. She's quite right. This is unfair to the athletes. You get in the gate, ready to go. The blood is pumping. The heart race goes. And then just to say, sorry, another delay. And they have to step back, relax. And then try and do it all again. So Christoph Kunz was 2nd in that giant slalom a couple of days ago, and he's sitting in 1st right here. The next man down, the Austrian Philippe Bonadiman, was 10th in that giant slalom, but does have a medal, a bronze from the slalom at the start of the week. So, it does appear that Bonadiman can get us underway, just trying to stay loose here. And one of the things you'll see with these heavy rigs, and of course the weight of the athlete as well, as they bounce around the corners, it does cut up the course that much more. And that doesn't make it any easier for the standing athletes who will follow them. And as we get later in the day, the snow warms up. The conditions won't be nearly as favourable as we saw earlier in the day. So the Austrian gets us back underway. And thanks for bearing with us. We've had a number of holds and delays due to all the crashes we've had, but that just makes this downhill event all the more exciting. Don't want to see anyone injured, of course, but knowing how much there is at stake here and the risks that all these athletes take, well, it makes the performances down this hill that much more impressive. So Philippe Bonadiman coming down to negotiate the middle part of the course. This is where it will be heavier snow starting from, and this is a pretty fast section. Well, he's well behind Kunz's time, and as I said, conditions getting worse, so it would take a phenomenal run from any of these last 6 athletes to get onto the podium at this stage. Bonadiman skiing well, coming over the final rise, almost losing it, and then does. Well, he looked to have just kept control. And again, we've seen someone in real difficulties over this final. You can see the snow there looking much slushier. The crowd giving him a huge hand. And he will complete a time. And nice to see responding very well there to their applause. But disappointment in 14th position, but he would have wanted to have a finish much higher up that leaderboard. But that's downhill racing for you. And I can confidently predict that he won't be the last man down this hill today to have some problems with the course. We do have, after the completion of this sitting event, 28 standing competitors. And they will be the fastest of the 6 categories we've seen today. They will be bombing down this hill at speeds just shy of their able-bodied competitors in the Olympics, but by a very small margin. Many of them on one leg, some of them with one leg and a prosthetic limb, some with 2 prosthetic limbs, and then of course a whole variety whether they have or are able to use 2, 1 or no poles at all. You'll see the whole range in the standing division. Remarkable athletes, as Russell Docker of Great Britain, the 5th last athlete to go here. Russell here in his 3rd Paralympic Games has a passion for motorbikes and likes watching motorbike races. Well, this very similar indeed. The angle that he gets round these corners, almost touching as they do in the MotoGP races. Almost touching as he goes around the corner. He won't want to touch, of course, because that could spin him out of control. And you do not want to be crashing at these speeds. Well, just put the brakes on massively there. And he'll have lost a lot of time, but with the way this course is running, can't blame him for being a little bit cautious. Skipping around that corner at the end of the slope. And you can hear what hard work it is for Russell. And he's picking up some speed again down towards the bottom section of this course. And definitely getting a little bit wetter down the bottom over that final bump, and into 14th for Russell Docker. Well, Russell annoyed with himself there, but safely down to the bottom, and that's more than several of these athletes can say. Cyril Moret of France, and he was 4th in the giant slalom. So definitely one of the better skiers, but conditions not in his favour now that we've had so much time from when the earlier athletes went. Christoph Kuntz has been sitting down in 1st position for quite some time, and it would be a big surprise if he doesn't finish in that position. So we'll see how it all plans out. Now Cyril well off the pace, but skiing pretty nicely. Well, just as I said that, loses control and spins out. Now, someone asking if there's any news about Kaneko Obinata, the Japanese racer who was airlifted off the course. Well, we don't have any news, unfortunately, at the moment. She did seem to be moving and certainly conscious, so let's hope it's not too serious. As soon as we do get any news, we'll certainly let you know. And Enrico Giorgi of Italy is the latest to crash out here. Well, it's a pretty big achievement today to get down this hill in one piece with a clean run. Well, he's picked himself back up and he's going to continue. All credit to him for doing so. Now Christoph Kuntz, moments away, you would think, of picking up his first gold medal of these games. As Enrico comes down towards the final section of this 2,040 metre long course. That's the area where Sam Carter-Daniels crashed out. But it's the final section that he'll be approaching soon. The final jump, in fact, many people in sight of the finish. And even as conditions worsen, nearly 80 kilometres an hour here. So, here he comes, down towards the finish. And safely across the line. Well, just two more competitors. A German and a Serbian. But it's Christoph Kuntz of Switzerland who is our leader at the moment. And barring a miracle, he will be the leader come the end of this division. So the closing stages of the men's downhill sitting division. All the athletes in different subcategories. We have no LW1 races today. That's the category that Adam Hall, who won the slalom, is in. Typically for athletes who are double above the knee amputees. But in fact, Adam has spina bifida, and so he has a comparable level of mobility, and so that's why he's in the LW1 class. Franz Hamstingel of Germany is in the LW12 here. So Franz Hamstingel of Germany, who crashed out in both the slalom and the giant slalom. Coming down fairly nicely here. He'll just be hoping at this stage to get in a clean run. He'll have known, having been told it's on hold so many times throughout the morning and now well into the afternoon, how many crashes we've had so far. I was just getting slightly ahead of myself as we prepare for the standing division. Adam Hall, who is in the slalom LW1, that is a standing class, but Adam has spina bifida, and you typically see athletes with spina bifida in the sitting divisions, in the LW12 class, which is what Franz here is in. And as Chris Waddell was saying, it may be that Adam Hall, perhaps later in his career, goes into the monoski. He's able to choose whether he's in the standing, as he's able to do at the moment, LW1 standing, or whether he's in the LW12 sitting. So clearly doing very, very well with his gold medal in the slalom earlier this week. So I don't imagine we'll see him changing that winning formula anytime soon, but you never know how he may want to try the LW12 sitting. So the final runner here in the sitting division for the men's downhill, Jasmin Bamba of Serbia, coming down to, we hope, successfully negotiate the rest of this course and safely cross the finish line. And Christoph Kunz has been waiting for a long, long time in that leading position. But in just a few seconds' time, he will be confirmed as our gold medalist here. And he'll be flanked on the podium by two Japanese racers, Taiki Mori and Akira Kano. So down comes Jasmin Bamba. A good run into 9th place for him. And Christoph Kunz can start the celebrations. I'm sure we'll see a shot of him in just a moment's time. But confirmation of the medalists here. Christoph Kunz the gold for Switzerland, Taiki Mori of Japan the silver, and Akira Kano, his teammate, the bronze. So 5 out of 6 gold medals decided today, as we just see the other racers here. Martin Braxenthaler there, a big favourite, as was Joe Tompkins and Sam Carter-Daniels amongst the other racers to crash out. And with the downhill, always a bit more of a lottery with the speeds these races are going. So 5 of 6 gold medals decided, and we now have the quickest of the lot, the men's standing division. 28 competitors on our start list today. We'll see if any of them have had second thoughts after the day's racing so far. 71 is Matt Hallett. He's down to be the second out of the gate after Australian Toby Kane. And some of the names to look out for, well, Gerd Schoenfelder, who is going to be the 12th out of the gate there, as you can see. He's very much, as he has been for years and years and years, very much the man to beat. He's won gold in the downhill standing events in 4 of the last 5 Paralympic Winter Games, dating back to 1992 in Albertville. So he'll try it for 5 out of 6 in Vancouver. He's the only returning medalist from 4 years ago, because silver medalist Michael Milton from Australia and bronze medalist Walter Lackner of Austria are no longer competing. The German Schoenfelder has amassed 19 medals in his Paralympic career, a staggering 13 of which have been gold. Two of them have already come in Whistler so far, in the slalom and the giant slalom. And he finished first in the World Cup overall rankings with over 1,500 points this season. His closest competitor, Vincent Gauthier-Manuel, was 747 points adrift. Well, the list goes on. Gold for Schoenfelder in the 2009 World Championships last year in Korea. And if you haven't got the message by now, very much the man to beat. But we've seen several favourites crash out in the other 5 Alpine categories so far today, so nothing and no one is guaranteed a medal here. Schoenfelder has incredible amount of experience and an incredible array of medals, but we should just be underway in just a few moments' time, we hope, here for the 6th and final downhill category of the day. Some of the others to look out for: Australians Marty Maybury and Toby Kane. Kane will be this man here, getting us underway. And Maybury won the last 2 World Cup finals downhill races, edging ahead of Schoenfelder, so he's definitely a threat. And Kane ranked 3rd in the World Cup overall standings. Also keep an eye out for Cameron Ralls-Rabula, another Australian, coming off a bronze medal in the slalom, and Switzerland's Michael Brugger, as well as the number 2 man from the World Cup rankings, Vincent Gauthier-Manuel. So Toby Kane gets things underway for us here.
Go.
And he was 9th in this event 4 years ago, but he got a bronze medal in the Super G. So he was just 19 then, but found his way onto the podium. And leaning forward as he's attacking this course. And hoping to post a quick time, just hanging on there. Always a battle between control and speed here in the downhill. Toby style, leaning forward down the hill. Just getting a bit of air, but staying in control. Now he could be flying over this final bump. Safely down. And coming up to cross the finish line in as aerodynamically as possible. 1:25.26. Well, we won't know how good that is until we've had a few more races down the hill, but Toby Kane, certainly a pretty top skier. Now both these racers in the LW2 class. Matt Hallett, resident of Squamish, just down the road here from Whistler, and he will have a lot of local support. Studied at Simon Fraser University back in Vancouver, and his motto is, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. A very apt motto for all of these downhill races. Life doesn't come much more edgy than hurtling down a downhill mountain in the Paralympic Games. Matt Hallett comes down to cross the line, and just a little bit behind Toby Kane. It was a good run, and he'll get a good hand from the crowd down below, but into second for now. So Robert Moisberger of Austria. 4th in the slalom, 2nd in the giant slalom, and 16/100ths of a second up on Kane at the first checkpoint. The Austrians always a threat, as they have been for decades here on the slopes. Produce some of the finest ski races in the world, and you can be sure that these Paralympians will want to make up for the disappointment that the Austrian Olympians, particularly on the men's side, faced. Didn't medal for the first time in history at the Olympic Games, but Moisberger has already medalled here, and he's a 1.5 seconds up on Kane so far. Seems to have a pretty clean run. Lionel Brunt, another one who has been there or thereabouts. 6th in the slalom, 5th in the giant slalom. 39 years old, from Moutier in France, and a veteran of several Paralympic Games, including the one in Tignes Albertville back in 1992 when he got bronze in the downhill. So 7 Paralympic medals for Brun in his career, but it won't be 8, at least not today, because he's the first crash we've seen in this standing division. And the shake of the head, here's the replay. And just his getting caught, his right ski coming right back underneath his body, underneath his left, and no way out when that happens. So looks to be okay. But Brun the first to crash out here. Almost certainly not the last. So there is Moisberger, still out of breath. And we'll just take this moment as we have a quick pause here to wish one of my colleagues here at Paralympic Sports, Amy Bainbridge, a very happy birthday. She's been guiding us expertly through the curling alongside Chris Dorr, and I know many of you have been enjoying their massively entertaining and informative coverage of the curling events. So happy birthday to you, Amy. And thanks for being with us on your special day. I know many of you have been wishing her a happy birthday on the Facebook page. Thanks so much for joining, and also for getting your friends involved as well. It's great to have more than 6,000 of you now as fans on Paralympic Sport TV Facebook page, and growing by several hundred every day. So fantastic that so many of you from all around the world have been tuning into our coverage. It's a privilege for us to be able to bring you these live races, and a pleasure to know that so many of you have been appreciative of our efforts. But it's the efforts of these athletes is what it's all about, of course, and particularly impressive here in this downhill event, hurtling down at almost unfathomable speeds. Thomas Föhrl now of Switzerland, 2 7th place finishes in his 2 events so far, so consistent, and a 2-time medalist in the technical events from 4 years ago, so not a downhill specialist, but still with an outside chance of a medal here. And the downhill well, always a lottery because of the speeds involved, so you just never know. If you can post a fast time, and then this is a fast time, 100th of a second up on Moisberger at the first checkpoint. If you can get down, post a fast time, the word goes around that you're the man to beat, and that can put the pressure on the athletes who have had a very, very long day at the top of the hill, waiting, hold after hold, as we clean up the wreckage of the many different crashes we've had here at Whistler Creekside. And there have been several different parts on this fast downhill course that people have been having problems with. Well, let's see how Furl does as we come down towards the finish. He's possibly lost a bit of time and does go into second. Well, he had a very quick opening section, but he's behind Moisberger at the moment. Now, Moisberger's teammate may very well have got some inside knowledge from Moisberger, man from Auer. He's the winter sport athlete representative on the executive board of the Austrian National Paralympic Committee. And this his third Paralympic Games. So, let's see how Manfred Auer does down the lower reaches of this course. Well, he's 2 seconds back, so too much to make up at this stage. But skiing cleanly. And Leon Brun, you can see there, with the DNF, did not finish. The first to crash out. But with more than 20 races still to come, I'm pretty sure he won't be the last if the previous 5 races of the day have been anything to go by. It's been fast, but it's the downhill, so always treacherous. As Morgan Perrin, the second Canadian of the day, comes down. 23-year-old, Whistler resident.
You said it. That'd be easy.
And didn't finish his training run. So hard to know what kind of form he's in. 21st in the giant slalom, but more of a downhill specialist. He's another who enjoys bungee jumping, so many of these downhill racers, thrill seekers on and off the slopes. Well, here comes Morgan. Pretty clean run, getting some very big air down that last bump. The crowd love that, and he's coming down to finish in 6th place for the home favourite. Nice celebrations at the end as we see Martin France. A 25-year-old Slovakian. And he's completed safely both the slalom and giant slalom. So this is 5th run down the slopes here at Whistler Creekside at these Paralympic Games, because of course the slalom and the giant slalom, a combination of the 2 runs. The downhill though, just 1. So it is all or nothing. And if you want a medal, you can't afford to leave anything in the tank. That's partly why we see so many crashes. It's the quickest event of the 5 Alpine disciplines, and that's another reason, of course, but just the 1 run, always on the edge, giving it everything, these athletes, as France comes down and into 7th place. Now, Romain Debou of France. Skiing in his second Paralympics. Born in Lyon, now based out of Tignes, which was one of the joint hosts, of course, with Albertville for the 1992 Paralympics. The 1992 Olympics, just based in Albertville, but it was a joint host for the Paralympics. And before that, we had the Winter Olympics in 1998 in Calgary, but no Paralympics there, as Romain Debou comes down to complete his run and goes into 8th place. So this is the first Paralympic Games, the first Winter Paralympic Games here in Canada, even though Whistler hosted its second Olympic Games. And you can see, well, little problem with the graphic clock, but Cameron Debou skiing well here, and he's charging. 6th in the giant slalom, 3rd in the slalom. Now in his 3rd Paralympic Games, and with a medal under his belt already, the pressure that he will have put on himself perhaps off, so can really go for broke here. And let's see how he does here at the checkpoint. Well, he's a second up on Moisberger. Debou fairly disappointing in his training run, just the 12th quickest, but this very quick indeed. And he's charging, big air over that final jump, and he should be in the lead here. The crowd roaring him on. And Cameron Debou, 0.8 of a second quicker than anyone we've seen so far. And a shake of the head, Robert Moisberger having to concede that that was a very, very impressive run. Well, I mentioned Michael Brugger as another possible contender here before we got underway. A good all-around skier and veteran. This his 4th Paralympic Games, 38 years old now. Michael's in the LW4 class for skiers with below the knee amputation, using prosthetic limbs and the 2 skis and 2 poles. Brugger's been disabled since birth, but he's adapted, as you can see, fantastically well, and flying over that final jump. And this is going to be a good time. This could be close. Well, he's in the lead now. Look at that from Brugger. A tremendous second section. He lets out a roar, and 1/10 of a second. Debou now down into second. Now, if you heard our coverage before the race, this man, 19 Paralympic medals to his career, 13 of them gold. And you can see already how impressive this man is. Gert Schoenfelder, the 39-year-old German. Silver in the slalom, gold in the giant slalom. And he'd be a brave man to bet against another gold here. But he's got to leave it all out there. Very much have to earn every medal here in this downhill. Well, still well up, but you never know what could happen. We've seen plenty of mistakes made down these lower H's. And we're getting down towards the finish now. Gerd Schoenfelder, the veteran German, over the final jump, safely down. And he should cross in the lead. And nearly 2 seconds ahead now. Well, that's going to be very, very hard to beat. He knows it. 19 medals to his credit. 13 of them gold. I think he knows something about a winning run. Well, the first American we've seen today in this standing division. George Sansonitis from Fraser, Colorado. 4-time Paralympian. Well, he capped the year by claiming the national championships in the downhill Super G and giant slalom, taking the overall title for stand-up skiers. So, definitely a very capable skier, but well behind Schoenfelder's time at the moment. And that was so impressive by the German. As we expected, it has to be said. Sansonitis just on the edge of control here, trying to keep his balance. We're seeing some big jumps. Unfortunately, everyone able to land them in this division at least. Well, down into 11th from Sansonitis. Looking pretty bumpy there down towards the finish. And Schoenfelder sitting pretty, as he has done so many times before. Now, here's one man who could challenge. Marty Maybury, quickest in training. And he'll be looking to do better than he did in the slalom when he was disqualified, and the giant slalom when he crashed out. But this, one of his strongest events in the Alpine disciplines. Little mistake there. Let's see if that cost him as we come up to the check. Skiing nicely, and look at the speed he's getting down here. Marty Maybury, well, a second and a half behind. Schoenfelder, so impressive. But not over yet. He can certainly compete for a medal here with a nice second part of the run. Down comes Maybury. He crosses the line and into second. Now, just need another look at those standings, because I think he might be very close. And we could perhaps have a tie for second at the moment. We'll just get confirmation of that in a moment. As Vincent Gauthier-Manuel of France, another strong skier, 5th in the slalom, 3rd in the giant slalom. Very much on top of his game this week. 23 years of age, from Champagnol in France. And he's flying. Well, 2 seconds back. Schoenfelder, very, very impressive. And yes, as I suspected, Brugger and Maybury at the moment tied in the silver medal position. Well, can Gauthier-Manuel pick up some time on these lower reaches? Not enough, and he's into 5th. Shake of the head, disappointment for him. And that's the man they have to dethrone. And Monty Meyer, in his final Paralympics, will be doing his best to do just that. Monty in the LW2 class, skiing on the one leg, and I know that his wife Tracy, who runs the adaptive ski centre down in Park City, Utah, would like to see the standing competitors split into those on one ski and those on two. But it does make it more competitive to have a deeper division. There are many different categories in the standing division, and they're all by the factoring system. As he just clips that gate, hopefully he can regain control. He does. Hit it pretty hard though, and that will cost him for time. Well, Monty wanting to go out with a bang here. He'll be back for the Super G and Super Combined. And he's had a very long and impressive Paralympic career. And 14th. Well, the Montourage, his friends and family down below. And there they are, wearing their Montourage t-shirts. singing very loudly for him there. So Hubert Mandel from Austria, hoping to edge out one of his European neighbours. Gern Schoenfelder, the German, leads. And as we've seen so many times before, 13 times before in fact, here at these Paralympic Games, his time is the time to beat. Schoenfelder, at the moment, set to win a 14th Paralympic gold. Absolutely incredible. Now, still several competitors, including this man, Martin Čapka of Slovakia. Unfortunately, we haven't seen nearly as many crashes in the standing division. They do go at speeds which are quicker than the sitting, generally. And so, that much less time to react and try and adapt to a little mistake. Well, a hard turn there from Čapka. And let's see how he's doing against the clock. Well, he's well back. Just maybe braking a little bit too hard on some of these turns. But coming down in the tuck, flying over that finish. And down to cross the line into 13th place. One of the biggest jumps we've seen so far, but landed safely. So, Gert Schoenfelder already getting congratulations, as Jeff Dixon of Canada from Sudbury in Ontario comes down in his second event of these Paralympic Games. 18th he finished in the giant slalom. And keeps his right hand very tightly closed in, breathing hard. And just trying to maintain as much speed as he can round these corners, down into the steeper section now. The course just falling away underneath these competitors. This will be where the burn really comes into play, as they drive their legs. Oh, and just overbalancing there. Let's hope that Jeff's okay. Well, he went down, and good to see him picking himself back up. Hard to see from the angle that we had exactly where he lost it, but here we see the replay. So, skiing pretty well up to this point. And then the right ski just catching a bit of an edge, drifting back behind him as he was trying to make his turn. And when it popped off, well, that was game over. But good to see Jeff skiing down safely to the finish area. Disappointment for him, but an impressive performance from the 45-year-old.
And we are happy to see him in fine condition. Let's give him a good round of applause there for the show. Donc Jeff Dixon ici, qui fait son chemin jusqu'à l'arrivée. Et un gros merci pour l'athlète canadien Jeff Dixon. Jeff Dixon is with us.
So this man, Brad Washburn, (23 years old in his second Paralympic Games, as always wearing his distinctive fluorescent pink helmet. Now Brad skiing on one prosthetic limb here, lost his leg below the knee when he was 11 months old. First made the 2006 US Paralympic Alpine ski team when he announced his arrival on the international stage. 16th in the giant slalom, 9th in the slalom. A resident of Winter Park in Colorado, where skiers from all around the world go to the very impressive adaptive ski centre there. Not just Americans. And here he comes down now. He's skiing pretty nicely. Not going to threaten Schoenfelder's time, but this is a good run from Brad. Try and keep as much speed as he can through these final few turns. Be coming into view of the crowd about now. Flying over that final bump. Safely across the finish line. And 12th place for Brad Washburn. So 8 more races in this standing division, headed up by Gakuta Koike of Japan. And one of his teammates, Kaneko Obinata, crashed out very nastily in one of the women's races earlier on. Now she was airlifted by a helicopter off the mountain, and unfortunately we don't have any news of her condition, but as soon as we do we will get that to you. So let's hope she's okay. We've had several crashes, but hers was certainly the worst. She was coming down at tremendous speed and went straight into the safety netting, which popped her back up, and she landed pretty heavily on her rig. Kaneko in the sitting division was fortunate that she didn't flip over and land more on her upper body, but it was still a pretty hard impact. So Koike comes down now to complete his run. And Schoenfelder still the time to beat. Well, this man here, the German, Kevin Vermeester, number 91. And we should have another 6 athletes following him down this hill. Now his teammate, very much the man to beat, Gerd Schoenfelder. And that's going to be the end of it for Kevin, unfortunately. Trying to stay in touch of his very impressive teammate, but just on the edge and sliding out. So another crash here at Whistler Creekside, and the German fans will be disappointed, but they could very soon be celebrating another gold medal from their man Gerd Schoenfelder. Six more races to come, and Alexander Alyabyev of Russia is next up. 10th in the slalom, his best result so far. And nicely into the tuck down these opening stretches. The slalom, just the one run. Much more wide open turns than in the downhill, much more wide open turns than the slalom or the giant slalom, but much, much steeper. And Schoenfelder, we would think, in just a few more races' time, will be crowned the gold medalist for the 14th time in his career. As the Russian, just 18 years old, comes down to complete his downhill run. Flying over the final rise and down into the finish section. Alyabiev goes into 20th position. Now Hiraku Misawa from Japan, who was 9th in the giant slalom, could be inspired by two of his teammates who both medalled in the sitting division just before this standing race. And you can see how big his right leg is there. Massively powerful. And the little man is flying down here. Let's see how he's doing when we get the first split. Schoenfelder's time, you'd think, is going to be beyond him, as it's been beyond every other person time and time again throughout his career, but particularly here today. And here he comes for that checkpoint. Well, Misawa looks to be going at a pretty good clip. Just the one ski and the two outriggers. Lands down over that rise and coming down towards the finish. And into 14th position for Misawa. Mikko Yossi of Switzerland, who crashed out in his first run in the giant slalom, 30th in the slalom earlier this week. He's another of the racers entered into all 5 Alpine categories. And he is a logistics assistant away from the slopes. So 3 more races after Mikko Yossi. And these races are flying down. So impressive. And if you're just tuning in, it is remarkable to think that all of these racers are missing at least one limb. But it doesn't seem to hinder them one bit. Just flying down the course as Yossi comes in to finish in 18th position. Now, 3 more to go before it's official for Gerd Schoenfelder. Christian Lanthaler of Italy. Now, like Hiraku Misawa just a couple of races ago, he's also in the LW2 class, above the knee amputee, and having the 2 outriggers there, generally for balance, and he'll need it there as he just almost seems to topple over, but nicely back in control. The Italian supported by one of his teammates, Luca Carrara, who broke his leg just the day before these Paralympic Games began. Very, very disappointing for him. But he did stay here to support the rest of his team, and he'll be cheering Lantala on. You can be sure of that. All these athletes staying up in Whistler Village, and they do get to know each other very, very well indeed. And of course they all competed on the World Cup circuit throughout the year, so they'll all be familiar faces as Christian Lantala comes into 9th position, so pretty good considering his starting position, and he, you would imagine, will be very happy if he can keep that top 10 finish. 2 races left, and Bruce Warner of South Africa will be looking to improve on the 32nd position he got in the slalom and the 31st in the giant slalom, but the only athlete from South Africa not known for its winter sports, so a big achievement for him to be here at all. Bruce was in a car accident in 1998 and had his left leg amputated as a result, but he does have some sporting history in his family. His father David played provincial field hockey, and his grandfather Plum played provincial field hockey, cricket and rugby. So Bruce continuing the family tradition here, competing at the very highest level here. So Schoenfelder currently in the gold position with a tie for silver between Marty Mabry and Michael Brugger. 24th position for Bruce Warner, and that is his best result of these Paralympic Games, and well done to him. Now our 28th and final competitor, Stanislav Loska. A pair of finishes in the teens, 14th in the slalom, 13th in the giant slalom, and not bad there at the checkpoint. No one at this stage really expecting to challenge Schoenfelder, but if he can keep it close, try and break into that top 10, he'll be pretty happy with that. Likes football, jogging, tennis and table tennis to keep himself fit. But amongst other things, it's the thighs that really have to be working hard here. In the tuck, when at all possible, and keeping as much speed as possible through these wide turns and steep slopes as we come down to wrap up the final racer. Well, 18th position for Loska, and it's now official, the German Gert Schoenfelder, his 20th Paralympic medal and his 14th Paralympic gold medal. Silver medals apiece for Marty Mabry of Australia and for Michael Brugger of Switzerland. The first time we've seen that here at these Winter Paralympic Games. And disappointment for Cameron Ralls-Rabula, who's just a 10th of a second off the podium. But he at least has the consolation of a teammate who can represent Australia at the medal ceremony. Well, there are the other finishers, and fortunately not too many crashes in this standing division. We had 28 competitors, and all but 3 of them safely across the finish line. So thanks very much for joining me, Mark Dreyer, for our coverage here on Paralympic Sports TV of all the Alpine events. Thanks for bearing through with us through all the course holds we had. as the damage was repaired to the course and the safety barriers following all the crashes we've had throughout the 6 events, but plenty of medals. 18 in total have been awarded today, and I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing you all the action. Well, if you're just joining us now, unfortunately you've missed the live action, but confirmation of all our 18 medalists from an action-packed day here at Whistler Creekside. And the last gold medalist of the day, Gerd Schoenfelder, a remarkable athlete. And we will now take you to see some cross-country action from earlier. We have the women's 5-kilometre sitting and the men's 10-kilometre sitting. Well, it will be very birthday, happy birthday.